Thank you everyone for attending. This workshop is hosted by the Energy Division. My name is Eleanor Dachi. I'm a senior energy analyst on the demand response team. And I'm also joined today by the Nexent team, which is Nexent Resource Innovations in partnership with Gridwell Consulting. We have Amy, Candace, George, Jeremy, Josh, and Callie all on the line. They'll be introducing themselves as their different sections come up. I just wanted to share everyone's names. Next slide, please. You all should have received this agenda in the meeting invite, so feel free to refer to that as well. We're going to start with some introductions and logistics, and then we will dive right into the presentation. I do want to just let everyone know first that there will be a brief pause for questions after each criterion. That we'll have 2 breaks today, one at 10:30, which is just a 5-minute stretch break. That's approximate, so if we wrap up criterion 3 a little early, we might take that break a little early. There will also be a 30-minute lunch break around noon. And then this is not a break, but any questions that we don't get to between the different sections or that don't come up until the end, we will have about 30 minutes at the end for closing Q&A. Just some basic logistics. I already mentioned this, but this workshop is being recorded. Both the presentation and the recording will be uploaded onto the CPUC website later. Also just wanted to do some safety reminders. Probably most people are either at home or in some kind of office space, but just remember to note your surroundings, any emergency exits, to do a quick ergonomic check. And if there is an emergency, please do not feel obligated to stay in the workshop, call 911. Some other logistics, everyone was muted upon entry. And if you have a question, you can either use the chat or preferably the Q&A. If you use the chat, make sure it is sent to everyone so that we can all see it. If you have a question, and again, please save those for the designated question slides, you can either raise your hand and I will unmute you so you can ask your question, or if you would prefer to type, you can use the Q&A function, and please send to all the panelists. Any questions that are typed, I will read aloud so that everyone can hear it. And if you have a follow-up, I can unmute you so that you can respond to the Nexent team. There's also some images here at the bottom just to remind you where everything is. And please remember, I will try to remember to do this, but if you are unmuted at some point, to mute yourself after you finish asking your question, just so that the audio for everyone is good. Finally, some ground rules. Again, please hold your questions until the designated times. Keep your comments friendly and respectful. Use the Q&A only for questions or technical issues. Don't start sidebar conversations. And I also just wanted to let people know that we do have some ALJs on the line. I believe we also have some commissioner staff. So please refrain from discussing any open proceedings. Great. And with that, I will hand it off to George to get us started.
All right. Thank you, Eleanor. Good morning, everyone. My name is George Jiang with Nexent, which became Resource Innovations during the course of this project. My role is serving as the day-to-day project manager for this evaluation, working closely with the task leads, who you will hear from individually later on during their different sections of the workshop. also coordinating between our team and energy division at the CPUC, as well as our partners at the IOUs and the demand response providers as well. So I'll be providing a brief background of the evaluation here and a brief introduction before we get into each of the various sections of the evaluation. We'll be going over the results presented in the public report. So just a reminder, we won't be discussing any information specific to any one DRP or customer during this workshop. All right. So the background of the evaluation of the demand response auction mechanism starts in September 2016 when the CPUC reviewed the consideration of transitioning Dram from a pilot into a fully operational mechanism. And to do so, the Commission adopted a set of 6 criteria, the original 6 criteria to determine the success of Dram. They are as follows. 1, were new viable third-party providers engaged? Were new customers engaged? Were bid prices competitive? Were offer prices competitive in the wholesale markets? Did demand response providers aggregate the capacity they contracted or replace it with demand response from another source in a timely manner? And lastly, were resources reliable when dispatched? In other words, did customers perform appropriately? So to look at this, in January 2019, Energy Division released the first Dram evaluation report. This was focused on delivery years 2016 and 2017, also looking at data for delivery in 2018 and 2019 as well. This evaluation found that Dram had been successful in engaging new third-party demand response providers and engaging new customers, and that the capacity price offers for resource adequacy were generally competitive. However, it also found that bid prices for Dram resources in the wholesale market were generally not competitive, as well as finding inconclusive evidence of their performance and reliability. So based on the findings from this report, the CPUC approved a limited continuation of Dram for 4 years in a decision in July of 2019 to allow for demonstrated improvements in performance and reliability. They also approved an evaluation for delivery years 2018 through 2021, and also looking at solicitations for Dram from 2019 through 2021. And that's where we come in. So our evaluation covered that time span, and the report was released a few weeks ago on June 24th of this year, conducted by my team here, the Nexent team, so now Resource Innovations in partnership with Gridwell Consulting. And this table here is kind of meant to show what we're really looking at across the entire lifespan of Dram from 1 through 6 here for each Dram cycle. So you can see here the capacity procured in August when the resources are needed the most can exceed 200 megawatts. And the annual procurement budget throughout these waves of Dram totaled approximately 90 million. So we're talking a pretty large scale effort, both in terms of capacity and budget. So building upon the 2019 evaluation done by Energy Division, our team developed an evaluation research plan to continue the assessment of Dram. And so we focused on 6 criteria as well. So I'll go through these relatively quickly here, and you'll hear each of these covered by one of our task leads throughout the workshop today. So criterion 1 asks, did Dram engage new viable DRPs? To look at this, we look at how many new DRPs were engaged each successive year of Dram, and whether the diversity of these providers increased or not. We also look at contract terminations and reassignments as a measure of viability, and also talk to some of the DRPs and other stakeholders to find out what some of the underlying challenges were for engaging new viable DRPs and also increasing market concentration. Criterion 2 asks, did Dram engage new customers? So we look at the customer profile here for each Dram year and how those demographics of those participants change between each successive auction. And for each of these customer segments, we also look at how many of these participants are new to Dram or whether or not they were existing Dram customers to begin with. Criterion 3 looks at whether auction bid prices are competitive. So we look at the Dram auction bids and how they compare to the long run avoided cost of generation, or LRAC for short. We also look at the bid dispersal range and see what the range of the bids for the Dram auctions were. We also look at how the bids compare to other various benchmarks in terms of the bid prices. Criterion 4 looks at whether offer prices are competitive in wholesale markets. So we look at the dispersion of the offer prices in both the day-ahead and real-time markets relative to other DR resources and resource types. We look at whether Dram resources updated their bids between the day-ahead and real-time markets, how effective these resources were in getting scheduled in these markets, and during the top 120 net load hours, how effective were these Dram resources in getting scheduled in the day-ahead and real-time markets. Criterion 5 asks whether DRPs met their contractual obligations. So we look at the alignment of resources based on the ratio of supply pan capacity, which is DRP reported. We look at contract capacity. We look at the ratio of demonstrated capacity to contract capacity. Also looking at the ratio of bids into the day-ahead market and the must-offer obligation, or MOVE for short. And we look at how well DRPs met this new 2021 minimum dispatch requirement. So that's a new thing in 2021 where Dram contracts are required to deliver 30 megawatt hours per 1 megawatt of average qualifying capacity, and how well they did in regards to that metric. Criterion 6 looks at whether resources were reliable when dispatched. So we see if Dram resources delivered energy in accordance with the real-time dispatch instructions from CAISO. And we also look at whether Dram resources that were awarded ancillary services in the day-ahead market still have the ability to provide that capacity in real time. And one additional scope item for our evaluation here is about revenue quality meter data, or RQMD for short. So there was a working group on this topic that convened sometime around the start of our evaluation period. And from that, Energy Division generated a working group report. So our task here was to review that report and determine whether or not penalties should be imposed for delayed customer and meter data that the utilities provide to the demand response providers so that they can participate in the CAISO market. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Jeremy Smith, who will kick us off by talking about the first criterion.
All right. Thank you, George. All right. Hopefully I'm sharing the right screen. Again, thank you, George, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending. My name is Jeremy Smith. I am a senior consultant at Resource Innovations, formerly Nexent. I'm the task lead for evaluation criteria 1, 2, and RQMD. Criterion 1 looks at whether Dram engaged new viable third-party demand response providers, or DRPs. So as I mentioned, the scope of Criterion 1 is to evaluate whether Dram continues to engage new demand response providers, that those third parties are viable, meaning that they provide the capacity for which they are contracted, and to evaluate the trend in market concentration. The CPUC Energy Division determined in their evaluation of Dram, which covered the first 3 auctions in 2016 through 2019, that the program was successful in engaging new third-party providers. But note that the definition of new for that evaluation was a company that had never served as an aggregator in IOU programs. Viability was defined as a DRP that completed the full terms of their contract. The CPUC did note that some DRPs were not viable, as there were many contract terminations and reassignments in the early years of the program. Our evaluation of DRAM continues much of this analysis for DRAM waves 4 through 6, or years 2019 through 2021. However, we changed the definition to evaluate new DRPs from those that never served as an IOU program aggregator to one that had never participated in DRAM. That's because by 2020, all DRAM DRPs had already previously served as IOU aggregators. This means that DRAM was not really serving as a path for entry into California demand response, but still wanted to determine if the program was attracting DRPs that hadn't previously participated. For this evaluation, we also looked at trends in market concentration, as well as we sought feedback from third-party providers on the barriers to program participation. All right, on this slide, I outline the methodology to evaluate the various aspects of Criterion 1, starting with new. So to determine if DRAM engaged new DRPs, we collected and analyzed bid and contract information and identified third parties that had not previously participated in DRAM. To determine if DRAM engaged viable DRPs, we reviewed contract terminations and reassignments for all DRAM waves, identifying which companies were successful in fulfilling their contracts. To evaluate the trend in market concentration, we analyzed the capacity and contract value share of each DRP. We performed this analysis for each DRAM wave overall, as well as by market sector, so residential and non-residential, and by IOU service territory. We also took those capacity and contract value shares and calculated the Herfendel-Hirschmann index, or HHI, which is a common metric used to determine the competitiveness of a particular market. And finally, to investigate the barriers to DRAM participation, we conducted in-depth interviews with demand response providers engaged in DRAM to better understand the process and challenges associated with their participation and fulfilling the goals of engaging new viable DRPs. We also discussed with them the transparency and fairness of the bidding process, integration challenges with the IOU and CAISO systems, commission rules, the steps to ensure viability, and their overall outlook on the future of DRAM. Okay, so we'll start by looking at whether DRAM engaged new third-party providers. This graph shows the total number of unique DRPs for each DRAM wave, broken out by IOU service territory, with PG&E in blue, SCE in green, and SDG&E in orange. The dark gray bar shows the total number of unique sellers in each wave, so that's looking across all IOUs. And the light gray bar represents the number of DRPs that were new to DRAM in each wave. As you can see, the total number of sellers has been decreasing over time, as has the number of new providers. SCE in general tends to have the highest number of sellers, whereas SDG&E tends to have the fewest sellers. During this evaluation period, there were, that's again, 2019 through 2021, there were only 2 new DRPs, one in 2019, DRAM Wave 4, and one in 2020, DRAM Wave 5. No new DRPs participated in the 2021 DRAM Wave. Okay, looking now at third-party provider viability, this graph shows the total number of contract events since the start of DRAM, an event being either a contract termination or reassignment. So the blue bar represents the number of DRPs that had at least one contract terminated, and the green bar represents the number of DRPs that had at least one contract reassigned. As you can see, the total number of DRPs with contract events has decreased over time since the beginning of the pilot, with 0 DRPs terminating or reassigning contracts in 2020 and only 1 in 2021. That being a reassignment, not a termination. So another way of looking at DRP viability is really the inverse. So not looking just at the number of DRPs that are not viable, but to look at how many are viable by that definition, meaning they were able to complete all of their contracts. In the first 3 years of Dram, covered in the original CPC evaluation, only about 70% of DRPs were able to achieve this. In 2019 through 2021, this rose to around 85% of DRPs completing all terms of their contracts. So in general, we do see a trend that third-party provider viability is improving. Okay, so the next thing we investigated was the market concentration of Dram. And before I get into that, I'd like to start just by explaining the Herfendel-Hirschmann index, because I'm going to use it to really show market concentration in a variety of different viewpoints. So HHI is a measure of market concentration and competition among market participants. It's meant to be a simple measure of market concentration and can't account for complexities in specific markets. The formula for calculating HHI is to square each participant's market share and then sum the resulting numbers. And for the following slides, we use the percent of total contracted capacity as market share. The HHI can tell you how close a market is to a monopoly, which would be 10,000. Meaning one company has 100% market share. And then this ideal perfectly competitive market would mean, thousands of firms, each with a 0% market share, would result in an HHI close to 0. In reality, the number typically falls somewhere in between these extremes, where an HHI of less than 1,500, shown on this figure under the green dotted line, indicates a competitive market. 1,500 to 2,500 in between the two dotted lines indicates a moderately concentrated market, and above 2,500 or above the red dotted line indicates a highly concentrated market. So in this graph, we look at the market concentration of Dram based on the total contracted capacity for the residential in blue and commercial in green market sectors. The overall Dram market concentration is shown in the dark gray. Similar to the last slide, the red and green dotted lines mark the thresholds for a market being competitive, moderately concentrated, or highly concentrated. In general, the Dram program has almost always been highly concentrated, and you can see that increased, meaning the program became less competitive each year until peaking in 2019. Market concentration started decreasing in Dram Wave 4 in 2019. And 2020 was the year where the overall Dram market concentration, or the market, was the most competitive, and the only year that would be considered moderately concentrated. 2021 saw market concentration increase again, but not up to the levels it was in earlier years. Put another way, between 2019 Dram Wave 4 and 2021 Dram Wave 6, the top 3 DRPs held between 75 and 94% of the total market capacity. The residential market sector has only had 1 DRP since Dram Wave 4 in 2019, which is why that blue bar is up at 10,000 there for the last 3 years. All right, so on this slide, we look at market concentration based on DRP contract capacity by IOU service territory. The market concentration trend over time is very similar to what we saw on the last slide, but you can see that in the earlier waves, SDG&E was the most competitive market of the 3 IOUs, and then that changed in the last 3 waves, where SDG&E became the most concentrated. PG&E and SCE territories have typically had similar levels of market concentration, but PG&E was notably the most competitive market in the last year of the evaluation in 2021. All right, so I'd like to share results from the last activity for evaluating criterion 1, which is to discuss the feedback we received from DRPs on their experience in Dram. There were 3 categories of companies that we attempted to interview based on their status in the 2019 through 2021 Dram waves. The first is those that attended Dram bidders conferences but chose not to bid. Companies that bid but did not win a contract, we call bidders. and those that bid and won a contract we call sellers. We contacted a total of 31 companies and conducted a total of 7 interviews. Well, 6 interviews and 1 questionnaire was completed. We were unable to interview any companies that attended a bidders conference but chose not to bid. All right, so the first section of our interview with the DRPs focused on their experience participating in DRAM compared to other demand response programs and the primary barriers to participation. Some notable feedback we received is that most DRPs prefer resource adequacy contracts with community choice aggregators due to the longer timelines and less administrative burden. In fact, administrative burden was seen as one of the primary barriers for DRAM, as well as issues with IOU metered data accuracy and delivery, and that short-term contracts provide less reliable revenue than other programs and are therefore riskier in general. Next, we asked sellers and bidders about the bidding process, including whether they thought it was straightforward, fair, and transparent. All of the companies interviewed said the bidding process is straightforward, but it is worth mentioning, again, that we did not receive feedback from any companies that chose not to bid. So that may be a bit biased position, seeing that they said it was straightforward, but most DRPs did say that the bidding process lacks transparency, particularly whether bid price or reliability is prioritized, which can lead to some companies undervaluing capacity in hopes of winning contracts. Some noted that the program has become less of the innovative test bed for new DR technologies that it was originally seen as due to rules that have been put in place to ensure viability. The DRPs also said it's a challenge to provide accurate bids more than a year in advance of the delivery window. Some suggestions we received to improve the bidding process include more uniformity between the IOU timelines and processes, and more transparency on bid selection priorities. All right, so next we asked DRPs to describe challenges with IOU systems that support their DRAM customer enrollment activities. The primary challenge is that inaccurate customer data, such as dual enrollment status, causes delays. One positive note is the click-through customer information service request, or CISR forms, have brought significant improvements to the customer enrollment process. This is noteworthy because customer fatigue with the paper CISR forms was identified as a primary barrier in the previous CPUC evaluation. A suggestion to improve the customer enrollment process is to have a system that automatically alerts DRPs when a customer's information or enrollment status makes them ineligible to participate in DRAM, which would cut down on the time and effort to track down and resolve those issues. All right, another IOU systems topic we discussed with the DRPs was the process to obtain metered data, which most companies viewed as either the most or second most significant barrier to participation. Delayed or inaccurate meter data can lead to delayed payments or penalties if it prevents DRPs from meeting the 52 business day settlement deadline with CAISO. A couple of the companies interviewed said the meter generator output, or MGO protocol, would be beneficial for EV charging, battery storage, and sub-metered resources, and would provide more accurate performance data than IOU meter data. The topic of missing or inaccurate meter data is covered in more detail in the RQMD section that I'll present later this afternoon. All right, so the final IOU systems topic we discussed is customer registration challenges due to IOU systems. The major barrier identified was that because if a customer is already enrolled in a utility program or on certain tariffs, they're ineligible to participate in DRAM, that delays in unenrolling them from that can extend the timeline to enroll customers. Some suggestions mentioned were a central depository to track issues like validation lists that exist with utility programs, and a smoother or perhaps even automatic process to unenroll a customer from another program that makes them ineligible when they choose to join Dram. All right, we asked the bidders and sellers to describe challenges they face with CAISO systems. The major issue with registration is that due to several potential issues, there isn't really a defined timeline between starting to enroll a customer and them being market ready. Again, the major one mentioned here is the process to unenroll customers that are already on a utility program or tariff that makes them ineligible. Some challenges with market rules include a discrepancy between the number of hours required to bid versus the number required to perform. The 6-month testing requirement is seen as a barrier, particularly for resources that have seasonal loads where the tests aren't really representative of performance. And then in terms of the settlement process, some barriers mentioned are that the timeline doesn't account for delays in meter data, that the 10 of 10 baseline for commercial customers isn't always the most accurate, and that the 20% adjustment cap is a challenge for weather dependent loads and could be removed as it was for the 2020 heat waves. Next, we asked the DRPs to discuss barriers due to commission rules. The two major challenges mentioned here were the 50 megawatt hour per megawatt minimum energy requirement, and that the timeline for quarterly reports doesn't account for delays in receiving RQMD from the utilities. The DRP said that balancing the goals of attracting new third-party providers but ensuring viability is challenging, but that viability should be prioritized over the cheaper resource. The interviewees provided their outlook on the future of Dram, and some notable responses are that the program still feels like a perpetual pilot rather than a permanent program, which can create planning challenges. But with that said, the DRPs had a positive view of the program overall and hopes it expands in the future. All right, finally, I just wanted to show some other barriers that were mentioned, but I won't provide details on each of them. A lot of it is obviously covered in the report, but some DRPs said that the decrease in capacity prices and increase in number of hours required to dispatch limits the advantages Dram once had over IOU programs like the capacity bidding program. Another barrier is that the lack of standardization across IOUs can make Dram feel like 3 separate programs, leading to that significant administrative burden that was mentioned previously. All right, so just to summarize our findings for Criterion 1, 2 DRPs that had not previously participated in Dram were sellers in the 2019 through 2021 waves, but none of these were new to IOU programs per the original definition of new DRP. Viability has improved overall, but the market continues to be concentrated, particularly the residential market, where there was only one seller winning residential contracts in the last 3 years of the program. The primary challenges for DRP participation were receiving timely and accurate meter data, the administrative burden to participate in the program, and the short-term contracts. All right, so I'll just stop here and pause for any questions.
Just as a reminder, either raise your hand or put a question in the Q&A. See one question from Stephen. Who was the residential DRP?
I wasn't really going to discuss names of DRPs for any of this stuff, just due to the fact that some information could end up being confidential. But I believe it is in the public report if you wanted to look into that. So.
Great, thanks, Jeremy. So I'm going to ask, can you share a link to the public report? So the public report was distributed to all of the parties. You should have received it via email. If you did not receive it, I'll write down your name and I can follow up with you after the workshop to make sure that you get it. Werner asks, was the problem with timely RQMD the same for CCAs?
That wasn't brought up. It was just discussed in the context of Dram, and again, we'll go into more details about RQMD. We have a whole section on that. The financial and sort of administrative burden associated with resolving those issues this afternoon. So I'll cover that in a little bit more detail, but no, the discussions around delayed meter data was only in the context of Dram.
Okay. Any detail on why only only 7 out of 31 entities contacted responded?
That's a good question. I spent a lot of effort reaching out to the various companies that participated in, either the bidders conferences all the way up through actually, winning contracts. And I think the biggest gap was really just those that chose not to bid. We did collect attendee lists from the IOUs that hosted the bidders conferences and reached out the best we could. Some of these obviously were dated, going back several, a few years, and the contacts just weren't, around anymore. So I think that was really the biggest gap, was not being able to talk to companies that chose not to participate in the auction at all. And then the other thing is we're really trying to focus on, the bidders and sellers that were in the more recent waves. And as you saw the trend in general, just there were less DRPs participating in the program. So it was a pretty short list to select from over the last 3 Dram waves anyway.
And for Ted's question, any evidence whether DR aggregators are making errors in estimating their available capacity? I believe that this will be covered in a future section, so maybe just hold on to that question.
Yep.
I also saw in the chat, some folks have been asking me about getting copies of today's presentation. If you received this workshop via an Outlook invite, it should be attached to that, and we'll also be posting it on the website later. Okay. I think we'll take this last question, and then I think we'll go on to criterion 2. Just a reminder, we will have closing Q&A at the end. So any questions about criterion 1 that we don't cover right now, we can cover later. When defining a new entrant, did the report include subsidiaries of existing DRPs?
We just looked at the contract information itself. So we just looked at those DRP names and then considered whether or not that company had participated in Dram or won a contract before. There were some name changes, and so we took that into account, when we considered which ones were new. But it was those 2 new ones in the most recent 3 waves, part of our evaluation, were new to Dram and had not, nor subsidiary participated in the past.
Great. I think let's go on to criterion 2, just so that we stay on schedule.
Okay.
But thanks everyone for your questions.
Sure. All right, so as I mentioned before. It was also the task lead for Criterion 2. So I'd like to present our findings there on whether new customers were engaged in Dram. Okay, so the scope of Criterion 2 is to evaluate whether Dram engaged new customers that had never participated in an IOU-DR program. And the initial evaluation conducted by the CPUC covering the first 2 years of Dram, they looked at whether at least one new customer participated. Our evaluation covered years 2018 through 2021 and followed much of the same approach, but due to a lack of available customer enrollment data, we did make a slight modification to the definition of new customer. So for this evaluation, we considered a new customer one that hadn't previously participated based on 2018 enrollment data. We just could not look back into the past into 2016 and 2017. We also didn't include 2021 in this evaluation because at the time, customer data was not yet available. All right, so our evaluation methodology for Criterion 2 consisted of analyzing customer data, enrollment data provided by the IOUs. We determined not only which customers were new, but we also analyzed participation trends among other customer characteristics, including residential versus non-residential participation trends, care versus non-care, that's California alternative rates for energy or low-income customers, and NEM versus non-NEM, or net energy metered or solar customers. So new for this evaluation, we looked at trends in participation among customers with electric vehicles and battery storage. We not only looked at participation trends as a fraction of the overall participants, but we also compared those enrollment statistics against trends in the overall IOU population. Finally, we looked at the trend in participation among high and low energy users. That's the top and bottom 5% of energy users in their class, because that is, in general, a goal to enroll higher energy users as they have more to contribute to Dram. All right, looking at Dram participation overall, the total number of customers enrolled increased steadily since the start, peaking in 2019. There was a significant decrease in residential participation in 2020, leading to the lowest enrollment since 2017. We'll look at some of these customer characteristics in more detail in upcoming slides, but you can see that the fraction of Dram customers on a care rate that's increased slowly over time from 30% in 2017 to 35% in 2020. So we see an increase in low-income engagement in Dram. We also see steady increases in the number of Dram participants with electric vehicles and battery storage, although this does not necessarily mean that these technologies were being leveraged as DR resources in Dram, solely that the participants in Dram owned, EVs or battery storage or were on a rate that indicated that. All right, so this is the first in a series of charts that I'd like to present on customer characteristic trends in Dram. One thing that will carry through all of these slides is that PG&E is always presented in blue, SCE in green, and SDG&E in orange, and the total Dram population is in dark gray. So this slide shows the fraction of customers in each year and IOU service territory that were residential versus non-residential. This is not this is a count of customers, not a comparison of capacity. So I've zoomed the chart, way in really just between 80 and 100%, so you can see the changes from year to year. And I have this slide in here really just to emphasize the outlier with PG&E in 2020. As you'll see this in the upcoming slides, there was a change in DRP participation that year in PG&E that saw the number of residential customers decrease significantly. So you'll see in the upcoming slides that PG&E 2020 is always an outlier from the other years and IOUs in general. But in general, the Dram population was between 97 and 99% residential customers, with SDG&E having the highest proportion of residential customers overall. All right, so for these slides, as I mentioned before, there is the recurring pattern of the colors, but I also wanted to note that there's going to be a pattern in the way I present customer participation trends. So starting with a percentage of the Dram population that meet that characteristic, followed by a slide that shows how that percentage compares to the IOU population. This will be a ratio. So this slide shows the percentage of Dram residential participants that were on a care rate. Really investigating whether Dram is enrolling low-income customers and how that is changing over time. So apart from PG&E in 2020, the trend is fairly consistent and increasing overall year to year. SCE has the highest percentage of low-income participation, with 42% or more of customers in Dram on care rate all 3 years of our evaluation. All right, this slide shows how the percentage of care customers in Dram compares to the percentage of care customers in the IOU service territory as a whole. So comparing the percentage of low-income Dram customers across the IOU service territories, wouldn't really account for the fact that the IOUs each have different rates of, low-income customers overall. So we developed this ratio just to try and show how that compares. So a ratio greater than 1 means that a higher fraction of Dram customers are care than that respective IOU population, and a ratio less than 1 means a smaller fraction of Dram participants are care customers compared to the IOU population. So just for example, on the last slide, I showed that PG&E in 2018, 27% of the residential Dram participants were care customers, and in 2018, 27% of all PG&E customers were on care, so we get the ratio of 1. SCE and SDG&E saw the highest enrollment rate among care customers, with 1.3 to 1.4 times the proportion of low-income customers enrolling in Dram than their total population. Right, on this slide, we see the percentage of residential customers in Dram with solar, or those on a NEM rate. Ignoring PG&E in 2020, again, SDG&E saw the greatest increase in year-to-year participation among NEM customers. Dram customers in SCE remained about 10% during the evaluation period. The overall trend, though, is that the fraction of Dram customers with solar is increasing about 2% per year. And again, keep in mind, this is just looking at residential customers on NEM. So this is not looking at the non-residential market. Okay, now comparing that ratio of Dram customers with solar to the IOU populations, we see that PG&E and SCE have a slightly higher proportion of NEM customers in Dram than their service territory. SDG&E, on the other hand, saw lower representation of NEM customers in Dram until 2020, but they did have the most consistent increase over the 3 years. Overall, though, we do see a slight increase year to year in Dram customers with NEM over the IOU service territory population. Okay, our next customer metric, this graph shows the percentage of residential Dram participants with electric vehicles. This metric is new for this Dram evaluation. We used data from the IOUs that tracked EV rate participation, and we observed that the customer data that we received from SCE had some issues, so we don't believe the 1% metric is accurate. I just wanted to point that out. We believe the percentage of customers in Dram with EVs is higher than 1%. Overall, we see a slight increase through the 3 evaluation years. peaking at 3% of all customers in Dram in 2020. All right, so now we compare the fraction of residential customers in Dram with EVs to the IOU service territories. We see that on average, EV owners are represented 2 to 3 times more in the Dram population compared to the general population. We also see this trend is increasing each year. So again, this doesn't mean that EV ownership is increasing, although we know that. What this shows is that EV ownership among Dram participants is outpacing that of the general population. All right, now looking at our final customer metric, battery storage ownership. This is for all customers, not just residential. Like EV owners, this is a new metric for this evaluation. And ignoring the outlier in PG&E in 2020, we see that battery storage ownership is slowly increasing among Dram participants, topping out in 2020 just shy of 1%. When we compare that trend among Dram participants to the IOU population, we see battery storage owners make up 2 to 3 times more of that population than the general customer base. And this trend is increasing quite rapidly year to year. They're, like I said, topping out there at 3 times representation than the general population in 2020. All right, so the final trend we investigated as part of our evaluation of customer participation is to see if Dram was engaging high energy use customers, so those in the top 5% of usage in their class. We only received data to perform this analysis for PG&E and SCE, so we don't have SDG&E represented here or a total metric on this slide. But overall, we're seeing that Dram is engaging more high energy use customers each year, with 10% of Dram participants in PG&E and 8% in SCE in 2020. We also investigated trends in low energy use customers, those in the bottom 5% of energy use in their class, but there was really no change year over year, and it hovered around the 8% mark in both PG&E and SCE territories for the entire evaluation period. All right, to just summarize our findings here, Dram continues to engage thousands of new, primarily residential customers in demand response. Participation peaked in 2019, but the dip in 2020 that we saw was in large part due to the lack of residential contracts in PG&E. Dram enrolls low-income customers at a higher ratio than the IOU population, and solar, electric vehicle, and battery storage ownership among Dram customers is increasing each year and outpacing adoption among the general population. Finally, the fraction of high energy use customers in Dram has doubled since 2016. Again, that's the fraction, not total number of customers, because that's gone up since the beginning anyway. All right, so that really summarizes our results for criterion 2. And with that, I'll pause and open it up for questions.
Thanks, Jeremy. We already got a couple of questions regarding this section in Q&A. I think that the first one is from Stephen. It says, on the chart showing residential versus non-residential Dram participants, which showed that nearly all participants were residential, is it correct to assume that the one residential DRP served nearly all of the overall Dram participants?
Right, that is correct. There's a different breakdown here because there are, contracts are either classified as residential and non-residential, and as I pointed out in criterion 1, there was only one DRP with residential contracts in the last 3 years of the program. but that does not mean they were the only DRP that were aggregating residential resources. So that's why we do see that big dip, the change in 2020, just due to the contract status of residential contracts and PG&E in 2020.
Yeah, so I guess it's, is it fair to say that not all the residential customers were served by that DRP?
It is fair to say that, yes.
We also have a question from Mark. In counting customers, did the report count customers enrolled in a program forecasted to be enrolled, or customers, sorry, pop-ups, or customers that actually reduce load in response to DRP dispatch?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Here,
It
I'll
might be
repeat that.
covered in a later section when we talk more about performance, but.
Yeah, this is about the customer account. I was wondering, I think the answer is it was actually customers enrolled. I think they're wondering how, like, the customer was determined, if it was based on enrollment, based on forecasted enrollment, or based on response to dispatches.
So I'm still missing the, like, which customers were considered new, or?
I think more, I guess, like, in general, like, overall, you know, like, number of residential customers, number of non-residential customers. Is that based on enrollment? Is that based on who responded
So it's based
to
on
dispatches?
enrollment. Yeah, nothing about their actual performance or anything like that. It was just literally looking at the list of customers that were enrolled in Dram. So it's really just engagement, it's participation. Again, the primary focus being, is Dram pulling in new customers that haven't participated in demand response is really the purpose of looking into, you know, criterion 2. So that's what we based it on, is just enrollment.
Great. And I got a question in the chat about how to find the Q&A. Just as a reminder, probably in the lower right of your screen, near the chat button, you should see 3 dots. And if you click on those 3 dots, you should be able to open the Q&A from there. We do have another question though from Amani. Where was the data for customer type pulled from?
We received that, we requested that customer enrollment data from the IOUs themselves, and that's what we analyzed.
Question from Ted. To what extent were customers not fully compensated for their performance? Is the 10 and 10 baseline causing difficulties with indicating whether customers are dropping load? I don't think that this criterion covered performance at all, but I don't know if you want to speak to that, Jeremy.
Right, it didn't. I'm not sure if one of the other task leads can, you know, if we ask that question again, maybe it's more relevant to another section. But I know that, you know, the 10 and 10 baseline did come up in criterion 1 when we interviewed the DRPs, and that was really about, you know, commercial customers having, you know, highly variable loads, and that the 10 of 10 wasn't always the best measure of performance for those customers, but it wasn't taken into consideration anything about performance for criterion 2.
Then we also got a question from Amy in the chat. On the last slide, is new defined as a new contract/service account number, which may not necessarily mean it was a new customer. So I guess accounting for the fact that one customer can have a change in their service account number and just appear as new. How did Nexent account for that?
Right, yeah, we couldn't account for it if it was a new account and that account had not previously participated in Dram. We didn't know whether or not that truly is the person associated with that account was new. So this was just based on, you know, we were looking at account enrollment status.
And I think that's all the questions that I see in the Q&A in the chat. I'm just going to make sure I don't see anyone with their hand raised. But yeah, if you have any other questions about criterion 2, again, we'll have closing Q&A at the end.
All right. So with that, I will hand it off to Candace Potter for criterion 3.
Audio check now. Is this audio coming through? I think it might be.
Yep, you sound great.
Good morning. Thank you, Eleanor. Eleanor, thanks for hosting. And Jeremy, thank you for the handoff. We're going to switch over to criterion 3 now. Criterion 1 was about new DRPs. Criterion 2 was about new customers. And now we're switching gears a little bit to consider the bids that came into the Dram auctions that the IOUs conducted. So were those bids that the IOUs received in their Dram auctions competitive? That's basically the scope of criterion 3 here. So something interesting about this work that we did for criterion 3 is that the set of data that we used to do the work is completely confidential. So a lot of the findings, or at least some or a lot of the findings that we have for criterion 3, are also confidential. So, when we put the report together for everybody in this slide deck, at least in the report, we tried to be as transparent as possible as to what all the information was that we received, describing what it was and what we looked at. We didn't, redact, in entirely, in its entirety, the report, so you could see at least there's some transparency into what was assessed. This presentation takes the same approach where I'm doing the best I can to share what I can while maintaining confidentiality where it needs to be maintained. So like the other two criteria, we kind of picked up where the first evaluation left off. The first evaluation also had this criteria, and they looked at the auctions for 2016 Dram through 2019 Dram or Dram 3. And that evaluation asked this question sort of from looking at the question from an external point of view. Are the bid prices competitive with other prices for different kinds of resources that are not Dram? So externally, and then also internally. And in that way, they looked at, or the Energy Division considered bid dispersion. So specifically, the prior evaluation looked at whether or not, on average, Dram bids were lower than the long-run avoided cost of generation. And again, like I said, they also looked at bid dispersion. So that report was pretty heavily redacted, but if you go back and look at it, you can see that Energy Division found that Dram bids at PG&E and at Edison were largely competitive with the LREC. And then the findings on bid dispersion were held as confidential. So that's sort of the baseline, where we picked up from there. We generally revisit the same research questions for Dram 4 through Dram 6. So the performance periods are 2019 through 2021. So what were the activities we conducted in pursuit of asking those questions? So there's sort of a backdrop to the bid, and the bid prices, which was, well, like, how many bids came in? How many DRPs were submitting bids? How many DRPs were winning contracts? Was any or all of that increasing? Was it decreasing? Was there really no trend? That was sort of the first thing that we looked at when we looked at the set of bid data that we received from the IOUs. We also made comparisons to various capacity cost benchmarks. So in terms of the average bid or the average awarded bid by IOU, how does that compare to other benchmarks of generation capacity costs? And then we also did another external comparison to IOU's demand response program programs. And the point of comparison there was with the customer capacity payments that are made to participants of demand response programs. So we didn't have a holistic look of the program, demand response program costs all in IOU program costs. The criteria was about bid prices. So we found points of comparison that were as close as possible in terms of comparability to a bid price. And lastly, we also looked at dispersal of bid, and we asked what kinds of trends we saw, if any, in the dispersal of the set of all auction bids and winning bids. So the bid data that we received was for 3 auctions, Dram 4 through Dram 6. The contract performance period for those auctions was, the first one was for the calendar year 2019. The middle one was for the 7-month period, June 2020 through December 2020. And the last one was for calendar year 2021. The auction open dates all sort of varied between like almost basically a year in advance to, just sort of several months in advance. That was a little bit different across the auctions. In our report, we set I'm not going to run through all of it here, but we did a little scene setting in terms of describing the RFO process, that was largely the same across those 3 years. The auctions open with the auction announcement. Jeremy mentioned that there's a webinar for potential bidders. Bidders submit their bids to the IOU. There's a period during which bidders can cure any non-conforming bids. And then the IOUs evaluate the bids, they make a bid selection, and then they notify winning bidders. There's also a filing that the IOUs make, the commission that contains the information about all of their auction and the purchase agreements that result from that. So there's a lot of confidential data that's redacted in those advice letters, but all that information gets provided to the CPUC, and some of it is released publicly. So let's see. So, generally we were able to look at the number of bidding DRPs, the number of selling DRPs, that is DRPs that were awarded some contract, and then also the total number of bids, the total number of shortlisted bids, and the number of winning bids. And so a lot of those statistics, did I just lose my presentation?
Looks like you fast forwarded to the last slide.
Wow. That takes talent. One moment. So what I was saying is that a lot of those statistics are confidential, so I can't show very many of them. So it's pretty brief slide, but I can show some of the stuff. So I've got an image on the bottom left showing the number of Dram sellers, the number of DRPs that were awarded contracts, and Jeremy also had some of these statistics. He actually showed them out through the beginning of Dram. So what do we see there? We see that, over this evaluation window, the number of DRP sellers has increased at PG&E. We see that for Edison, the green bars there on the left, that, compared to the beginning of the evaluation window, there's fewer sellers that there are a few sellers at Edison, but they did have an intermediate increase for Dram 5. And for SDG&E, in terms of the beginning of the evaluation and the close of the evaluation window, there's no net change, but they also had that same bump up in the middle for Dram 5. Another item that I can present here is the number of bids received. So we have 3 utilities, we have 3 auctions. One of these data points was held confidential. That's the Dram 6 value of number of bids received from SDG&E. But what we do see is that the number of bids received shows a net decrease between 2019 Dram 4 and 2021 Dram 6. But with that, that same sort of pattern was an intermediate increase in 2020 at PG&E and at Edison. So with that background established, and a lot of that content, with the exception of the numbers, is available in the report, in the public version of the report. So you can go back and refer to that. In terms of external benchmarking, I mentioned earlier that we make comparisons with IOU-specific averages for the different auctions to a number of other resource prices, and then also to the customer capacity payments made at the IOU demand response program. So I can't show the IOU specific comparisons here, but in a moment I can talk about some things that we looked at on a statewide average basis. But the comparisons that we made were with short run capacity costs, both public versions of that from the CPUC RA reports, and also confidential IOU-specific short-run capacity costs. We compared it to the CAISO capacity procurement mechanism and resource adequacy availability incentive mechanism prices, and also the DMM estimate of new gas-fired capacity. And then a key one is this long-run avoided cost of generation. We made comparisons to that as well. And then, like I mentioned, to the customer capacity payments of IOU demand response programs. So, so what can we tell you? So when we look at averages across the whole state, what do we see? We found that neither average DRAM bids or average awarded DRAM bids have consistently increased or decreased in value across our evaluation period. So I can't say there's a trend. There's no consistent trend there. There's also no consistent trend with respect to competitiveness with LRAC over this period. However, DRAM contracts are more competitive with LRAC at the beginning, at the end of this evaluation period than at the beginning. And I can also say that the average awarded DRAM contract price is lower than the LRAC in all three auctions during this period. And again, that's that's not reported at the individual IOU level. That's for all three combined. And we also examined dispersal of bids. So those other benchmarks that I mentioned a moment ago, those were made for the yearly capacity price. And I can also mention that we do explain in the report that for DRAM 5, which is that 7 month performance period, we adjusted all the benchmarks to be basically a 7 month version of the benchmarks for the purpose of comparison. So you'll see that there's sort of like, we have a table that sort of marches through all those benchmarks, and you'll see there's like a dip in DRAM 5 because it's only for 7 months. So that was for the external benchmarks. Now, in bid dispersal, we consider August bids. And again, for the same three auctions, DRAM 4 through DRAM 6. We looked at it two ways. We looked at all of the bids, like every single one of them. And then we also looked at sort of the middle blob of the bid. So the problem, a challenge with addressing or assessing bid dispersal, if you're looking at all the bids, and you were to consider, well, the range of all the bids, you're considering basically the distance between the very lowest bid and the very highest bid. And it might be that the very lowest and the very highest are pretty extreme. So, when looking at dispersal of data, analysts can, look at, well, let's look at the middle hunk of it. And that middle hunk that we looked at is the set of bids that sits between the 25th percentile bid and the 75th percentile bid. So that excludes the very highest and the very lowest bids in these bid data sets. And to talk about bid dispersal, you look at a statistic called interquartile range, IQR. And that's basically the width of the distance between the 75th percentile bid and the 25th percentile bid. and it's not sensitive to the values of the very highest and lowest bids received. So we thought that that was going to be a more valuable metric for considering bid dispersal, although we did report on the full range as well. So again, this is another thing that we only released in the report in terms of the public report, the statewide average. So on statewide average, IQR is decreasing over time, meaning bid dispersal, as measured by interquartile range, is improving over time over these 3 auctions. Then trends over time across these 3 auctions. The 2020 Dram IQR is 8% lower than that of the 2019 Dram IQR. And 2021 Dram IQR is 21% lower than that of 2020 Dram. So that's a way that we can describe how the IQR is decreasing over time. We didn't want to present anything that included magnitudes, because then that starts to get close to average. You can start making inferences about averages, but we were able to share those metrics with the public stakeholders. So summary. So, in summary, we covered a lot the same territory that the prior evaluation did. Again, reiterating that everything that we worked with was confidential. That basically restricts how much we can present here in our workshop and in our report. In the public version of the report, we have a lot of redaction in our report in this section of the report. But in terms of public indicators of bid competitiveness, the public-facing ones are mostly positive or neutral, and I've got these like encoded visually here, by black for neutral, green for positive, red for potentially negative. And again, these are mostly being reported at the statewide average level. So statewide average bid prices as sort of a neutral finding in terms of competitiveness. Neither average Dram bids received nor awarded Dram bids have consistently increased or decreased in price across those three auctions. In terms of competitiveness with LRAC, there's no consistent trend with respect to Dram bids received or awarded bids competitiveness with LRAC over this period. So now veering into the territory of positive, Dram contracts are more competitive with LRAC at the end of the evaluation period than at the beginning. And the average awarded Dram contract price is lower than the LRAC in all three auctions during this period. And in terms of internal competitiveness, the competitiveness of bids against themselves within these auctions, in terms of bid dispersal on a statewide basis, the interquartile range, IQR, is decreasing over time. And in particular, 2020 Dram IQR is 8% lower than that of 2019 Dram 4. And 2021 Dram IQR is 21% lower than that of 2020 Dram. And then we do see a couple of potentially negative indicators of bid competitiveness pertaining to the number of sellers and bids received. So we see net decreases in the number of selling DRPs at Edison during this period, and we see net decreases in the number of bids received at PG&E and SCE across this period as well. The number for SDG&E in 2021 is confidential, so I'm not reporting on that. So I might have made up some time on our schedule. I think our next slide is questions. I'm happy to take them.
Yep, we're doing great. Let's see, I don't see any. Oh, got our first question from Ted. Was Dram successful in offering prices which adequately compensated customers during heat waves? Any evidence that larger DRPs with higher market share bid at levels below the LRAC? So there's kind of two questions there. I think that first one is
the first one.
Yeah, was Dram successful in offering prices which adequately compensated customers during heat waves?
I can say that I don't know the answer to that. That wasn't part of the criterion that the work that we did. I was just looking at the bid prices as the DRPs presented to the IOUs. That was the basis that we're evaluating.
Yeah, I think the second one is a little bit more closely related to your criterion. Any evidence that larger DRPs with higher market share bid at levels below LRAC. Guessing that we probably can't share that information, but I don't know if there's anything you want to say, Candace.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to share that information.
Question from Mark. When looking at statewide average bid dispersal, did looking at the weighted average bid prices change the finding that prices were decreasing over time?
Looking at it weighted versus not weighted? I think we do have the numbers both ways. However, I'm not prepared to say whether or not I know off the top of my head if the trend, the finding on a trend would have changed. But what I'm showing here is weighted.
Yeah. Let's see. Kelly says that might be for criterion 4. Okay, Mark, how about if that's not addressed later in the presentation, we can get back to that question during closing Q&A. And then was LRAC the same over the evaluation period?
No, it wasn't. There was a LRAC that was contemporaneous to each auction, and that's shown in the report.
Okay, let's see if we got any other questions. Did the decrease in the number of bids consider the size of the bids? For example, there may have been fewer bids, but the capacity offered in each bid may have been larger.
No, actually, we didn't look into that. Like as a function of like looking somehow like normalizing the number of bids to the size of the bids. No, I didn't do that. That's interesting. That's an interesting thought.
Yeah, like bidded megawatts.
Yeah.
Give folks another minute if they have any questions. Oh, I see Luke has a hand raised, so I will unmute you and ask your question.
Thank you, Eleanor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Candace, thank you for this presentation, and thank you to the Nexent and Gridwell team. This has been an interesting report and a good presentation so far today. Candace, would you mind, I'm sorry, my name is Luke Tugas. I'm a consultant with the California Efficiency and Demand Management Council. Candace, would you mind sliding back to slide 54, please? Thank you. I had a few clarifying questions. One was, under the second, large bullet, I'm not sure if this is the right point where it was, but basically what I want to ask is, you were saying that there's no trend in terms of whether the bid prices are going up and down throughout the period that you looked at. I'm sorry, bids nor awarded bids. But then in your last bullet on the slide, it says the average awarded DRAM contract price is lower than the LRAC. No, I'm sorry, the one prior to that. DRAM contracts are more competitive with LRAC at the end of the evaluation than the beginning. So to me, that implies that bid prices were falling relative to the LRAC over the evaluation period. So would that not mean that there is a trend toward lower price bids, or at least awarded contract values or awarded prices throughout the period?
No, what I'm saying is that there's no trend of increasing, or that it's neither increasing or decreasing. Like there's no conclusion to be reached there in terms of the average price. So it's moving around is what that means. Like, and it's not like consistently going down. It's not consistently going up.
Okay, so basically you're just saying that it just so happened that the contracts at the end of the evaluation period happened to be lower than the prices, and it happened to be lower than they were in the beginning of the evaluation period, but there was no trend there.
Well, it's like this sort of two different observations. One talking about where average bids are relative to LRAC, which is one thing, and the first point about, you know, if bids are going down, if prices are going up or going down, it's just about all bids just generally. They're not connected.
Okay, so is that because LRAC has changed, has been changing over time? Is that why? I guess I'm confused.
Well, LRAC does change over time.
Okay, so that's why. Okay, next question is, just curious, given that the LRAC tends to be, for lack of a better term, the kind of proxy cost effectiveness metric for DRAM bids, for winning DRAM bids, what was the purpose for comparing them to short run RA costs or short run capacity costs?
Basically, just to provide a set or a collection of other benchmarks that are similar and related, to sort of just broaden the set of comparisons away from only the LRAC.
Okay. So even though DRAM bidders are bidding something more akin to their long run capacity costs, you feel like it was appropriate to compare those bids to short run capacity cost metrics?
What we wanted to do was not just zero in on one particular benchmark, but to show a spectrum of benchmarks across, like, related and related generation capacity or capacity prices.
Okay.
Just to broaden the view.
Okay. Appreciate that. One final question. So one of the metrics you were looking at, or I guess benchmarks, was the ISO's capacity procurement mechanism price. How is that price? Are you aware of how that price is set and how frequently is it updated? And what is the basis of that exactly?
So it doesn't. So I've got it back through 2016, and I don't have it in front of me. It does not move very much. So what I have cited aren't the bids into that capacity mechanism, but the cap. And so that cap actually I don't think moves around at all. It's either the 3-year window that I had or the complete 6-year window. Okay, so it sounds to me that I have to confess I know what it is, but I don't have a nuts and bolts kind of understanding of how that is derived. And so, but just based on what you're saying, it indicates to me that it probably does not evolve along with, for instance, the LRAC or the avoided cost of capacity or anything like that. And so I just want to highlight that. Say that's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Yeah.
Thank you, Candace.
Thank you.
All right. So I think that's all the questions we've received. Just a reminder that when you ask questions in the Q&A or in the chat, unless you're having some kind of technical issue or maybe you want to know where you can find the report, please send your questions to everyone in the chat or to all panelists in the Q&A so that we can see them. We're going to take a 5-minute break. So I know, Candace, if maybe we can edit this slide, but we went a little bit, just a couple minutes over time. So I would say if everyone, maybe we'll just say be back at 10:40, give you a couple extra minutes, and then we will resume with criterion 4. And I can, maybe if you want to make me a presenter, I can share my screen and put the time up for everyone. Yeah, if we could have 10:40 as the time that everyone is back, we'll give people just a couple extra minutes.
Thanks, Eleanor.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I think we're going to go ahead and get started. Hand it off to Callie.
Thank you very much. Just an audio and screen check, making sure you're seeing the slide.
Yep, looks good.
Okay, wonderful. So my name is Callie Wells. I am a co-founder and senior partner at Gridwell Consulting, and we partnered with the Nexent/Resource Innovations team for this evaluation. So I will be presenting on criterion 4. So criterion 4 was really targeted at trying to figure out or assess whether or not the incremental energy offers that were submitted from Dram resources into the California ISO wholesale energy market were competitive or not. So this is a little tricky and honestly challenging when it comes to figuring out if bid prices from Dram resources are considered competitive. And that's really because there's a lack of clear guidance or definition around what a competitive offer price from DR resources really should be. So for comparison purposes, when you look at in California ISO markets, when you look at, for example, a gas-fired resource, the California ISO has a very specific formula approach that they use to estimate what they think is a competitive offer based on the concept of marginal cost offers into their market, into the wholesale energy market. Well, when it comes to DR resources, and they're made up of a bunch of underlying customers with different unique costs and operating limitations, it really doesn't fit very neatly or cleanly into a formulaic approach. So it made this part of the evaluation a little bit challenging. So rather than being able to simply compare the offer prices submitted from DR resources to a price based on some sort of formulaic approach, we had to take a more creative perspective here. And what we did is we analyzed a couple different metrics to kind of get a picture of how competitive DR resources are in terms of their energy offers into the California ISO wholesale energy market. And we did that by looking at the bid prices that they submitted, as well as what we're calling scheduling rates and scheduling effectiveness. And I'll talk more about what exactly those metrics are when we get to the methodology section. But when we did this for each of those different metrics, we did look at the various metrics across time periods and compare them to other resource types in the California ISO market. Okay, so jumping over to the methodology, I'll start with the bid price distribution and comparison metrics. So what we did here is we looked at the incremental energy offers submitted from DR resources into the California ISO markets. We based the majority of this analysis on a megawatt weighted average bid price. And that's because resources, when they offer into the California ISO market, they can actually submit a bid curve. So what that really means is they can offer to provide, for example, the first 5 megawatts of energy at one bid price, the next 5 or 10 megawatts of energy at another bid price. So it's not like they're submitting all of their energy, all of their megawatts in at one bid price. So that's why we took a megawatt weighted average approach. And again, we did this by across years, compare them to other resource types, and then obviously looked at the DRP megawatt weighted average bid prices as well. This was done separately for the day ahead and real time markets because they can submit bids into the day ahead market and update those bids in real time. And one thing to note is as I'll kind of talk throughout this section, the data set, there was definitely some challenges that we had to face when coming up with this metric. And so one of them is just based on the data set that was provided, we didn't always have a complete bid curve for all the resources. So we had to only include the observations where there was at least one bid curve step, meaning we could calculate the megawatts associated with one bid price for that resource's bid in that given hour. So we did have to narrow down the observations that we used in this analysis. So in addition to the megawatt weighted average bid price, we also looked at the bid distribution, just because as with any averages, even if it's a megawatt weighted average, you can kind of mask some of the more subtle underlying trends. So we also looked at the distribution, and essentially categorized each megawatt that was offered into the California ISO market based on that corresponding bid price, and basically looked at, out of all the megawatts offered into the California ISO market from Dram resources, what percentage was offered in within a certain bid price range. And lastly, I will note that we did exclude offer prices from reliability demand response resources in this analysis. And that's really just because they are required to bid at least 95% of the California ISO energy bid cap. And so because they are required per market rules to bid at that higher level, it would obviously skew all the results upwards. So we excluded RDRR resources from this analysis. So when it gets to scheduling rate and scheduling effectiveness metrics, essentially what this is doing is looking at how effective were Dram resources in getting their energy actually cleared or scheduled in the market. Here again, we looked at it separately from the day-ahead market and real-time market. And what this is doing is basically taking the ratio of whatever energy cleared the market to how much energy they offered into the market in terms of a percentage. We did this again across various time periods by year. We also narrowed in on some of the kind of more, a narrow window on hours in terms of what would be more when you would expect the market to lean a little bit more heavily on those resource types. So that's your AAH, or your availability assessment hours, and then as well as those availability assessment hours just in those peak summer months, so July, August, and September. Scheduling effectiveness is essentially the same metric as scheduling rates, except for we only calculated their scheduling effectiveness in the top 120 net load hours of each year. And the idea here is it really is those top net load hours. And when I say net load, that is your gross load in the California market minus the generation from wind and solar resources. And it really is those net load hours where the market in general has to lean more heavily on generation from non-renewable resources, so your DR resources or your gas peaker resources. So we also looked at the scheduling effectiveness in terms of that. So again, how effective are they in getting their energy that they offer into the market cleared during those top 120 net load or highest system need hours? All right, so moving over to the results, the chart here shows the megawatt weighted average bid prices for the Dram resources. The blue bar represents the day-ahead market and the green bar represents the real-time market. And we have it here for each year from 2018 to 2021, and as well as an overall megawatt weighted average bid price there on the far right of this chart. There really isn't, again, a really noticeable trend. They kind of bounce around a little bit. But what we do see is in 2021, the bid prices between the day-ahead and real-time markets is more closely aligned than they have been in the past. So in prior years, you'll see a little bit bigger of a difference between the day-ahead and real-time market weighted average bid prices. But when you look at 2021, that difference is quite a bit smaller. And again, here I will note 2020, for example, seems to be somewhat of an outlier in terms of its real-time megawatt average bid price. Again, that is likely due to being impacted by the data challenges that we did face when running this part of the evaluation. But overall, you'll see that the prices are, the weighted average prices are, between $800 and almost $900 per megawatt hour in both the day-ahead and real-time markets. So like I mentioned, whenever you look at averages, sometimes that masks some underlying trends that we see. So we also wanted to look at what percentage of the megawatts that were offered into the market, categorize them by what we call bid price bins, so bid ranges. And we looked here, so this is the metric where we took every single megawatt offered in from a Dram resource and categorized it into a bid price bin, and those bins are up there at the top. They tend to be about $150 to $200 range. And the biggest percentage is going to be that light blue bar, and that's the percentage of total megawatts offered into the day-ahead market that was bid in between $900 and $1,000 per megawatt hour. So again, that $1,000 per megawatt hour, that is the cap, or the soft energy bid cap, the highest, essentially the highest price that can be offered into the market for all resource types. And so what you see is over the years, there is a slight trend to where in the most recent years, the percentage of megawatts offered in at a somewhat lower bid price, so that 250 to 500, kind of that dark red bar, tends to be increasing, and you see a slight decrease in the percentage of megawatts that's being offered in at that higher range. Again, it's a very subtle change, so maybe not necessarily what we would consider a consistent trend, but there are definitely some market conditions that we'll talk about at the end of this section that might be contributing to that, as well as the new, specifically the new minimum dispatch requirement that was put into place for 2021. And that one we'll get into specifically in criterion 5. So again, this shows the percentage of bid price distribution for the day-ahead market from Dram resources. When you go to the real-time market, that trend seems to be a little bit more prevalent. Here again, just the 2018-2019 results, just keep in mind that the data quality issues might be impacting that as well. But here you do see definitely an increase in the percentage of megawatts being offered in from Dram resources. You see them increasing in those lower bid price ranges. So here you're getting some megawatts offered in between $100 and $250 and $200 and $500 per megawatt hour more frequently than in the past. All right, so switching gears slightly here. So the prior results obviously just looked at the incremental energy offers from Dram resources. Now we're moving over to the scheduling rate and scheduling effectiveness metrics. So again, this is essentially taking this chart here is for the day-ahead market, and it's essentially taking the cleared megawatt hours. So those megawatt hours that were offered in from Dram resources that were actually scheduled by the day-ahead market. What percentage of the cleared megawatts, what percentage of the megawatts offered in actually cleared the market? And each color bar here represents a different set of hours that were included in that when calculating that scheduling rate. So the blue bars is all hours of all year, of every single year. So 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021. The orange bars is only including the hours in that year that were considered availability assessment hours, so those AAH hours. For this evaluation, we used hours ending 17 to 21 on I always get this, a non-holiday, weekday non-holidays, or those FERC non-holidays. So basically aligning with the hours they're required to bid in per the CAISO's must offer, or per the CAISO's RAIM, that RA availability assessment mechanism, incentive mechanism penalty. And then the green bars represents the same subset of AAH hours, just focusing in on Q3. So those those summer peak months there. Here, what you notice is, again, not a significant trend, but you do see a slight increase in more recent years in terms of their scheduling rates when compared to 2019. I will note the 2019 rates obviously are lower than all of the other years. And part of that is being driven by, that's the one year where there's actually quite a bit more megawatts of Dram resources in the market. So it could be that you simply have the same amount of megawatts being cleared in 2019 compared to, for example, 2020. But because you have so many more megawatts offered in, that scheduling rate is lower. So just keep that in mind. That could be why we're seeing a low scheduling rate in 2019 compared to the other years. Moving on to the real-time market. So this is the same metric, just looking at the real-time market. Just note this, the axis is different from this chart compared to the day ahead. So yes, real-time market scheduling rates are higher than day ahead, but visually looking, it's not, this one makes it seem like it's significantly higher compared to day ahead. But you do see that from real-time to day ahead, there is a higher scheduling rate, and that makes sense. And that's because when you get into the real-time market, you see the energy prices are more volatile than the day ahead. So the real-time market results in energy prices that tend to hit, higher up, closer to that bid cap than in the day ahead market, which would make resources bidding in at that higher bid price economical to dispatch in the real-time market more frequently than the day-ahead market. So I think it makes sense for the real-time scheduling rates to be higher. One thing to note on this one in terms of the data challenges that we did face is because we only were able to include resources that had an economic energy bid curve in real time, so that we had the complete data set to really be able to figure out if they're getting scheduled in versus based on their economic offers versus self-scheduling. So there was a little bit of a data challenge there. So again, we were only able to include those observations where we had an economic bid curve provided. Okay, moving on to scheduling effectiveness. This I'm showing for the day ahead and real-time markets together. And then I've also included in the table the scheduling rate that we showed on the prior slides. And this is because scheduling effectiveness, again, is the same metric as scheduling rate, except for the fact that we're only looking at the top 120 net load hours of each year. So what you'll see here is the scheduling effectiveness percentage is higher in all years and across all markets compared to the scheduling rate. And essentially that means that the DRAM resources are more effective in getting their energy cleared in those hours when the CAISO market is at the highest system need for resources that are non-renewable resources, such as demand response resources. And again, here you see a higher percentage in the more recent years, 2020 and 2021. And I think there's also, not only the minimum dispatch requirement that went into place in 2021, but also in general, we're seeing just tighter supply conditions in the CAISO market to where the market is just having to lean more frequently and heavier on resources, non-renewable resources. So that could also be contributing to the higher scheduling effectiveness. All right, so just to kind of wrap this up, we do see that DRAM resources are offering in their incremental energy offers at higher prices than other resource types. And while there seems to be a slight change in bidding behavior, meaning that we do see a slight increase in megawatts being offered in at lower prices than in the past, it really just because of the data challenges that we faced with this part of the evaluation, it was really hard to definitively determine if this is actually a change in bidding behavior or if it's just a matter of the data quality issues that we faced. And then also know that especially in 2021, the change in bidding behavior could also be due to the new contractual obligation that went into effect in 2021 that we'll talk more about in section or in criterion 5. In terms of the scheduling effectiveness and scheduling rates, they do seem to be more effective in more recent years, getting that energy scheduled in both the day-ahead and real-time market, especially during those top 120 net load hours and in those Q3 availability assessment hours. And typically what we saw is, and I think this makes sense, is that the DRPs that tend to offer their energy in at lower prices have higher scheduling rates and scheduling effectiveness than the ones that offer in at higher prices. But again, keep in mind that the increased scheduling rates and effectiveness that we're seeing could also be driven by just kind of the tighter supply conditions that we're seeing in the California ISO market overall, meaning that we could have, that even if resources did not change their bids at all from prior years, we could have still had seen higher scheduling rate and scheduling effectiveness just because the market is short on supply and leaning on those more expensive resources more frequently today than they have in the past. And lastly, we kind of wanted to highlight that this part of the evaluation solely looked at the incremental energy offers of DR resources, of DRAM resources. And what I mean by that is it's that energy bid curve that they submit to provide their energy between their minimum operating point, or that PMIN, to their maximum operating point, the PMAX. And when you just look at the incremental energy offers, that does not necessarily provide a comprehensive picture of their overall bidding behavior, especially when you're comparing them to other resource types. So in the California ISO market, when resources in general submit offers to provide energy, they actually submit what's often referred to as a three-part bid. So they submit that incremental energy offer, and then they also submit 2 commitment cost offers, one for startup, so what is the cost to start the resource up, and one is a minimum load cost. So what is the cost each hour incurred to run that resource at that minimum operating point? So when you look at just the incremental energy offers, you're ignoring the impact that the minimum load and startup cost offers could have on the scheduling rate or scheduling effectiveness. And this is especially true when you're comparing it to other resource types, because for example, you could have a resource that has a really low incremental energy offer. So you would expect them to have a higher scheduling rate, but maybe they don't because they have higher commitment cost offers. We did not have that data was not provided to us for this evaluation, so we were not able to look at that picture more comprehensively, but did want to note that those commitment cost offers could also be affecting the commitment and dispatch decisions for DRAM resources. And in addition to in addition to the three-part bid, there's also some resource characteristics that the California ISO market considers when they're making their commitment and dispatch decisions. For example, one of them is the startup time. And if a resource is classified as a long start resource, if it is not cleared or scheduled in the day-ahead market, then the real-time market actually cannot commit or schedule that resource. So without looking at what resources are considered long start versus that cannot be committed in the real-time market if it's not committed in the day-ahead market, you're also kind of missing part of the picture there in terms when you're looking at their scheduling rate and effectiveness. So we did want to highlight that here, again, because this part of the valuation solely focused on those incremental energy offers. All right, and I will open it up for questions.
Great, thanks, Kelly. Looks like we have a question from Amani. She wants to know, can you please speak to the data that you used and the method for matching bids to DRPs?
Yes, so sorry, thank you for asking that question. All of the data that was based on their bids and their schedules came from the California ISO data set that's provided. And then we had to match that with which DRPs, which resource IDs each DRP created. So we had to kind of merge some data sets that were provided that listed out the DRPs and which resource IDs they have operating in the California ISO market.
And we have a question from Nate. This is about slide 63. So you can go back there. Can you provide a bit more detail regarding the bullet on slide 63 about average bids being higher than other resource types? What other resource types were included in the analysis? What is the range of bids for the other resource types?
Yeah, so I can't speak to all of that just because of the confidentiality of the other resource types, but we can say that generally speaking, we did compare it. What I can share is we compared it to other IOU DR resources, peakers, and storage resources. And so generally speaking, the resources offered in from DRAM resources were higher, sorry, the bid prices offered in from DRAM resources were higher than all of those other resource types.
We also have a question from Luke with his hand raised. I will unmute you. Actually, looks like you might already be unmuted, so go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you. Callie, thank you for this presenting here. I have a few questions. First of all, with regard to the 120 highest need hours, were there any instances where those hours fell outside of the availability assessment hours? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, no, that is actually a really great question. I didn't specifically look at that, but given that the availability assessment hours are 17 to 21, and based on recent trends where the net load hours tend to be maybe a little bit later than that, there's probably definitely some overlap, but I would suspect some of those hours did fall outside of the availability assessment hours. but I didn't do that exact comparison.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, no, I was just curious about that. I mean, I can understand you assessing the availability assessment hours because those are known in advance, and of course those, guide the bid, the minimum, windows during which Dram resources have to bid into the market. The 120 highest need hours, those are really unknown until after the fact, right? So it's kind of challenging to for any Dram seller to know when those hours are until they look back. So that's why I was asking that question.
Yeah, that's a great point, and kind of why when it came to looking at the bid prices, we just focused in on those AAH hours, and then when we looked at the scheduling rate and effectiveness, we included that just to kind of see how well are they getting scheduled when the system needs them the most.
Right. Thank you. Next question. You had mentioned that in the report and also orally during your presentation that you, sorry, not you personally, but your group had considered in front of meter energy storage, peaker plants, and then IOU DR programs, and or at least their bidding behavior as a comparison. And I understand that you said that the Dram bids came above those. I have a few questions about that, if I could dig a bit deeper. First of all, was there any analysis or chart that was put together that more closely looks, compares these different resource types against Dram? It's tough to know when the conclusion is, or the observation in the report is that the Dram bids were higher. Then that doesn't tell us a whole lot, right?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. That because of the confidentiality, that is not available in the public report, because when we compared it to those resource types, the sample set of those resource types were not significant enough that we felt comfortable releasing that information in the public report. But we did do that analysis. It's in the confidential version.
Okay, that's fair. What kind of utility DR programs did you compare Dram to?
Again, that was just, they were DR programs or resource IDs. You mean in terms of the, sorry, IOU DR or Dram?
IOU DR, for instance, was it AC cycling? Was it capacity bidding program? Was it something else?
Yeah, it was just, I don't have that information in front of me. It was, again, the IOUs just identified a set of DR resources for us to do the comparison. So I don't know exactly which type they selected and identified for us.
Okay.
But maybe we could.
Do you know if I'm sorry, forgive me, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's okay.
Do you know that the data that was provided to you, if they were basically exhaustive of a given program or programs, or in other words, do you have any reason to, and I'm not casting aspersions here, but do you have any reason to believe that there was a subset of data that were given to you or anything like that? I'm just trying to get more information, while recognizing that there are certain confidentiality things you have to maintain.
I think a key thing to note here is, and this is Josh Schellenberg from Resource Innovation. Not all IOU DR programs are bid into the CAISO market still, from my understanding.
That, yeah.
So the big one that has been integrated in the market for a while now is the SCE Summer Discount Plan, which accounts for probably a majority of the capacity that's bid into the market from the IOU DR program. So, and then you have a capacity bidding program, which I think is also bid into the market. So we would only be able to compare to those programs that are actually bid into the market. But we will talk later in the recommendation section about how exploring this question of comparing third-party demand response to IOU DR in terms of cost effectiveness is still an important question to explore, and we haven't been able to fully answer that question as part of this evaluation. And it seems like you're asking a lot about like what we compare to, and in this case, we're just trying to come up with comparisons that seem reasonable in these different criterion, and we're just trying to do the best we can to come up with some sort of benchmark to what results we have here to put them in context.
Right, right. I want to preface what I'm about to say with a recognition that, you know, there are certain guidelines given to us by Eleanor, you know, at the start of this workshop that we need to be careful. We need to observe in terms of the things that we say. I'm Eleanor, jump in if I'm going down the wrong path, but I'll be careful not to. It's important because this report is going to be used in an active proceeding. It's important that and I'll go into this more later on. It's important that all stakeholders, all parties have as clear an understanding as possible about what was done and how. And when we cannot even know definitively what IOU DR programs are being compared here to the DRAM, something that, unless I'm missing something, I don't understand why it would have to be confidential. That it makes it very difficult for non-IOU parties to be able to use this in a way that's going to allow them to be properly informed as they draft testimony. And I'll leave it at that on that particular question. But I do have further questions.
Thank you for your question. I think that we will take another look. I think we just want to be careful what's in the confidential version and what's in the public version. And this entire team has looked a lot at both, so it might just not be fresh on our heads what we can share. But we will follow up and take a closer look at the report and try to confirm which IOU-DR programs we compared to and clarify that if we can.
Sure, I appreciate that, thank you. Next question is kind of on the same vein. So the in front of meter energy storage and actually, I guess, Callie, I would ask you, why is it that the team decided that in front of meter energy storage and gas-fired peaker plants were comparable resources relative demand response, given the fact that they have opportunity costs that are not associated with with the amount of utility that, you know, the participating customer would necessarily apply to their load that they would otherwise give up during an event. And just to be more clear, you know, from our perspective, it's, you know, you have an in front of meter energy storage, so it's not behind the meter, it's not serving any customer loads, so there's no real optimization that has to occur relative to the customer's opportunity cost. It's just basically all about arbitrage, pure arbitrage. And so they're going to be dispatching day in, day out, day in, day out. And, you know, I recognize that with gas-fired peakers, that's going to be a different situation to the extent you have other, you know, externality or binding factors like emissions limits and all this sort of thing. But the same argument holds for that kind of resource as well. And so it's, in my view, I'm concerned this is comparing apples to oranges here because there's no customer opportunity cost element associated with those resources.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely a fair question and a good point when it comes, and that's what I was trying to hit at the very beginning, is that when it comes to what is a competitive offer from a resource like a demand response resource, that is a hard question to answer. It's not you can't take a formulaic approach like you do for your gas-fired. So a couple, one is we picked up from where the last evaluation, they used the same resource types for comparison. So we picked up from there. And the thought really is that is kind of, other than your renewable resources, that's kind of where the resource mix is headed and is going to be leaning more on those types of resources in those net load peak hours. So it's really not saying that they should be priced similarly, but just that they're situationally similar in that the market's going to be leaning on those resource types primarily during those peak hours. But fair point, because there really it is very challenging to come up with a proxy competitive offer for a demand response resource just because of their unique underlying costs. And also it's what data we have available to us to do this evaluation as well.
Great, appreciate it. And final question, then I promise I'm done. So you're looking at the real-time market, you know, bids and schedules and all that sort of thing. one thing that I noticed in the report that was, I don't think factually correct, is that there is no must offer obligation in the real time for the DRAM. And so to the extent that you are looking at real time market, dispatches and bids and all that, you're not going to get a great data set because it's only going to capture those, the subset of DRAM bids that, or resources that actually that voluntarily choose to bid in the real-time market. And so, that might help inform, how you interpret some of these data. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, so the resources that clear a day ahead still have that obligation in real time, and that's kind of why we noted the data quality issue, especially in real time, and we really had to narrow down the observations that we included so that we are only picking up those resources that had economic energy offers in real time as well.
Well, they're not obligated necessarily. If they declare themselves as you had mentioned, a long start resource, correct, then they're not obligated to bid in the day ahead. I'm sorry, in the real time market. Excuse me.
Yep, correct, absolutely, yeah. But those resources that aren't designated as long start have different obligations. Correct.
Right. Thank you so much. I'm finished with my questions.
See, I think in the interest of time, Maria, I see that you have your hand up. If you could please maybe just save your question and we'll try to get to it during closing Q&A. I think we should move on to criterion 5.
Okay, let me. And I will hand it off to Amy to cover the next criteria.
So let's see if we can get this right. Okay. Everything look good? Can you hear me okay?
Yep, looks great. You sound great.
Great. Hi, everyone. I'm Amy Savage. I'm actually now working as an associate at Apex Analytics, but I previously worked at Resource Innovations, but now I'm working as a subcontractor. I was the task lead for criterion 5 and 6. However, Callie also contributed a lot to both of these tasks. So she and I will be switching off, presenting some slides here. So to start off, this is criterion 5, which is, did DRPs meet their contractual obligations? And were they able to successfully provide their contracted capacity? So we looked at this in 3 different ways. So first, we did a comparison of contracted capacity, supply plan capacity, and demonstrated capacity. So what we were looking at there was we were seeing if the DRPs were able to align their supply plan and their demonstrated capacity values with their contracted capacities. Next, we looked at must offer obligation compliance or MOO compliance by comparing total day ahead market bids to each DRP's must offer obligation. And then finally, I'll switch over to Callie to discuss how well the DRPs met the minimum energy requirement in 2021. So starting off, just a few definitions. So like I said, we did a comparison of contracted capacity, qualifying capacity, and demonstrated capacity. So contracted capacity is the amount of capacity that each DRP has agreed to provide to the IOU for each day of whatever showing month we are looking at within the contracted term. The qualifying capacity is the amount of capacity a DRP has aggregated and has shown in their monthly supply plan. And this is indicative of a DRP's ability to enroll enough participants to provide the load reduction that it's promised in its contract with the IOU. And then finally, we have demonstrated capacity, which is the amount that the DRP was able to deliver in each month. And I'll go into a little bit more detail on that. demonstrated capacity is indicated to the IOU through their invoicing at the end of each month. And it can be based on 3 different values. First, it could be based on an actual market dispatch, or it can be based on a test dispatch. So still a dispatch, but not based on a successful bid into the market, for example. And then finally, if the DRP did not have a dispatch or a test in the showing month, they can invoice for their MOO. And the DRPs are required to demonstrate capacity based on an actual market dispatch or a test, and can only use their MOO for the purposes of invoicing if there has been no full dispatch or test within a given month. There are some new requirements for DC invoicing. So first is starting in 2020, invoices must be based on a market dispatch or a test for at least half of the months during the contract term. And then the second new piece is that started in 2021 is that the minimum dispatch requirement that Callie will get into. So just some methods and data sources for this first comparison that I'll show you. So we received contract and invoice data from the IOUs, and these were provided to us via templates that Energy Division developed. And this included contracted capacities for each Dram contract from 2018 to 2021. We also received month-ahead supply plans, which are the basis for the qualifying capacity. And then finally, we received complete DC invoice data through the end of 2021. And those invoices, we could see if the DRP was invoicing for a test, for MOO, or for an actual market dispatch. So we present these comparisons for 3 different time periods. First, we look at it for the entire year. Then we look at it for the 3rd quarter, which tend to be the hotter months. And then finally, we focus in on the month of August for each year that we looked at. So the way we did this comparison is that we totaled everything up for each DRP for each relevant time period, which allowed us to look at the alignment of the DRP's qualifying and demonstrated capacity compared to its aggregate contracted capacity. There are some DRPs that were not included in this analysis because their contracts were terminated in those time periods. So just a heads up that it might not be, we weren't able to include everything here. Okay, so I'm going to show the same graph twice. This first one is just to get everybody oriented because there are a lot of pieces here. So the first bar here is the contracted capacity. So that's the bar in blue. The next one is the total qualifying capacity. And that's in green. And then finally, we looked at what was actually invoiced, and we allow you to look at what type of capacity was invoiced. So this dark orange bar is a MOO-based invoice. That smaller brighter orange bar is for test events. And then finally, this paler orange bar is for an actual dispatch. So when the total demonstrated capacity, so the total of this orange bar is less than this green bar, which is the qualifying capacity, it indicates that they did not meet their qualifying capacity. So it's a deficiency in their demonstrated capacity. So same graph, nothing's changed here. In this first case, we are looking at the totals across the year. So this is total megawatts across all DRPs for each year that we looked at. So in 2018, the demonstrated capacity of the DRPs was in close alignment with both the contracted and the qualifying capacity. So these bars are all fairly close together. Unfortunately, DRP performance was slightly lower going from 2019 through 2021. So you can see that the distance between the top of the orange bar and top of the green bar has gotten larger. Another interesting finding is that most of the invoice capacity has been based on mu. So that's that dark orange bar. But starting in 2021 or 2020 and 2021, the percent of the DC invoices based on mu is a bit lower, and that's because of those new invoicing requirements I mentioned previously. So now this is a similar figure, but we're just focusing in on Q3. So that's generally when the highest system needs occur and there's a higher utilization of DRAM resources. So once again, like we saw in the annual values, DRP performance was slightly lower in 2019 through 2021 when compared to 2018. Another interesting finding here is that in Q3, more of the demonstrated capacity that the DRPs were invoicing for were based on market dispatches. So that's that pale orange piece here. And just to throw this out there, and this will be important in the next slide too, that all the DRAM resources must be dispatched for a minimum of 2 hours in the month of August. So that may explain why there are more actual dispatches when you focus in on Q3. And then finally, here's August of each year. So I think we're all pretty aware that August has been a system peaking month historically. This was especially true in 2020 when there was a stage 3 emergency for the first time in about 2 decades. August is also the month in which DRPs are required to submit all of their DC invoices based on an actual market dispatch. So you can see these large orange bars here. But just like we saw on an annual level and at the Q3 level, the performance has been declining after 2018. All right, so that's it for that first comparison. The next comparison we did was looking at day-ahead bids versus mu. So beginning in 2020, the DRPs were required to submit quarterly reports that they had a lot of information in them, but it indicated the amount that they bid into the day-ahead market for each of the AH hours and their qualifying capacity for the month. So using those values, we were able to determine the mu, so based on their qualifying capacity, that each DRP is required to bid into the day-ahead market for each month. And because this information came via these templates from the DRPs, the mu compliance we're presenting here is somewhat dependent on the accuracy of reporting by each DRP. And then, so we looked at mu compliance by comparing the proportion of total capacity bid into the day-ahead market and the total mu for each DRP. So we only have these templates from the DRPs starting in Q3 2020 through the end of 2021. So that's why we only have a short time frame here. So generally what we saw is that the DRPs are compliant with their mu requirements, and they were bidding at least their qualifying capacity into the day-ahead market. So you can see that in all but 2 of the quarters that we evaluated, the DRPs were bidding more than 100% of the required amount. In the other 2 quarters, which were Q4 2020 and Q2 2021, the DRPs bid exactly 100% of their mu. So we believe that bidding more than their mu during the hotter months is reasonable because there's more opportunity to win bids and then earn more money from dispatching events. We also think it's possible that DRPs were bidding or were overbidding into the market to give themselves more opportunity to meet or exceed their other performance goals and not necessarily to meet the mu compliance goal. All right, and here is where I will switch it over to Callie to talk about the minimum dispatch requirement.
All right, so new for 2021 is a new minimum dispatch requirement that required all Dram contracts to deliver 30 megawatt hours per 1 megawatt hour of average QC. An average QC is basically defined as taking the QC shown on the month ahead supply plans, identifying the 3 months with the highest amount of QC and taking the average of those. So whatever their average QC is, they're required to deliver 30 megawatt hours. So again, this is only applicable for 2021. We ideally initially wanted to calculate a very similar metric to prior years just for comparison purposes, but due to the additional data challenges in mapping contract IDs to resource IDs, we weren't able to come up with a meaningful metric for comparison purposes in prior years. So we only looked at 2021 for this part of the evaluation. And in the end, we were able to evaluate 16 Dram contracts, and in total, they represent about 170 megawatts of average QC. And we use this part of the evaluation is based on CAISO settlement data. So when we're looking at how much energy was actually delivered, we're looking at the metered value based on CAISO settlement data. Thank you, Amy. So what we did here is, again, just looked at, summed up the metered value in the CAISO settlement data and compared that to the total requirement for each Dram contract. We also did kind of a what-if scenario, and we'll talk about this a little bit more in Criterion 6. Performance of Dram resources, is a key topic, and so we wanted our what-if scenario is if all Dram resources performed at 100%, meaning they delivered the exact amount of energy that the CAISO market dispatched them to, would more contracts have met that minimum requirement? So that is a what-if scenario, but the main bulk of this analysis is focused on delivered energy based on the meter data in the CAISO settlement data. So we looked at it in two ways. One is we just simply looked at by Dram contract, what was the percentage of their total requirement that was delivered. And then we also looked at in total out of all the Dram contracts that were evaluated, what percentage of those Dram contracts met the requirement. Okay, and so what we found is shown in that chart on the bottom right here. The green bar is basing the metric or the evaluation using that meter data. The blue is our what-if scenario. So assuming all resources performed at 100% based on CAISO dispatch instructions. And what we found is in aggregate, so if you look at the total requirement of delivered energy across all those Dram contracts and what was actually delivered, 70% of the total delivered energy requirement was actually delivered. But one thing to note is when you look at it more on a DRP specific level, the range in compliance with this new requirement really did vary. You have, as the chart shows down there, you have some that only met about 10% or 25% of the requirement, and some contracts that actually exceeded the requirement. So using the meter data as the metric for how much energy was actually delivered, 31% of the Dram contracts that were evaluated met the requirement. And when you relax the requirement slightly and we look at, how many contracts were close to meeting that requirement, and by close, I mean at least 90% of the requirement, you'll see that just under half of the contracts were within that 90% of the requirement in terms of how much energy they actually delivered. Now, under our what-if scenario, what we found is that yes, some more contracts would have met the minimum requirement, but not a ton. You would still get that only 50% of the total Dram contracts evaluated would have met that requirement if they had actually performed at 100%, meaning the CAISO market dispatched them, but they didn't perform exactly to the dispatch level. So using the meter data, they didn't meet the requirement, but if they had performed out what the CAISO dispatched them to, they would have met the requirement. But again, not a huge jump in terms of the percentage of contracts that would have met the requirement using that what-if scenario.
was muted. I think it's back to me now. So just to close out, so what we saw for this criteria is that in 2018, the DRPs were mostly able to demonstrate capacity in close alignment with their contracted capacity, but that compliance decreased in 2019 through 2021. The demonstrated capacity alignment did vary pretty considerably across DRPs. And on top of that, the mix of demonstrated capacity types, so dispatch, test, or MOO, was not consistent across DRPs. In 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021, the percentage of MOO-based DC invoices were 77%, 84%, and then decreased back down to 53% and 44% respectively, and that's because of those new invoicing rules. And then the other finding, when we compared the MOO to qualifying or to day-ahead bids, the DRPs collectively bid at least 100% in every quarter of the evaluation that we looked at. And in fact, they bid over 100% of their MOO in every quarter but Q4 2020. So when you look at these comparisons on an individual DRP basis, the MOO compliance also varies, much like the demonstrated capacity alignments. And then finally, to cover what Callie said, compliance with the new minimum dispatch requirement varied significantly by DRP, but when based on the analysis presented throughout the report may have got lost here. Based on analysis presented throughout the report may have been a contributing factor to changes in bidding and scheduling rates. I'll stop there for questions.
I think great. Just a heads up, we are running about 10 to 15 minutes behind schedule, so I think we'll take about 5 minutes for Q&A here, and then move on, and anything that doesn't get addressed can be addressed at the end. Do see one question in the Q&A. Jennifer says that she cannot raise her hand but would like to ask a question. Okay, I will find you, Jennifer, and I will unmute you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we do. Okay, great. Thank you. As you're looking at kind of performance of Dram resources, what they bid in the market versus, and what they were awarded in the market versus their performance, was that benchmarked also against how utility resources have been integrated into the market were bid and awarded also? Just kind of curious if we have a benchmark on that. I didn't see one, but thought I'd ask.
So let me just repeat back to you. So sorry, there's a bit of an echo. I'm not sure. Did anybody else hear that?
Yes, I am hearing that. Okay, I think it's better now. I think maybe Jennifer muted herself again.
So I think the answer to your question is no, we didn't compare that performance to IOU-DR. Is that what you were asking?
It was.
Yeah, no, we did not do that comparison.
Okay, thank you.
We also have a question from Amani. She asks, for the minimum dispatch requirement, how large was the gap between meeting the requirement versus the energy delivered? For example, if a DRP met 21 megawatt hours of the energy delivered extends 30 megawatt hours, are they considered not in compliance? Callie can speak more to this, but I think that we covered this. I think we looked both at, if they actually met the delivered energy requirement, so that exact at least 30 megawatt hours, and also to see how many DRPs were meeting at least 90%, kind of as a close benchmark. But I don't know if Callie wants to speak more to that.
No, that's right. Yeah, so they had to have met 30 megawatt hours to be considered in compliance, but we did kind of loosen that a little bit in our analysis and look at, how many were close to meeting that requirement using 90%.
Let's see. Not seeing any other questions right now. So I think maybe we can move on. If you do think of a question about this criterion, again, you are welcome to ask it during closing Q&A.
Great. So it's still me and Callie as well. But now we're switching over to criterion 6, which asks, were resources reliable when dispatched? So in other words, this criterion assesses the reliability of DRAM resources when they were dispatched by the CAISO market. So we looked at this a few different ways. First, we assessed the performance of resources by comparing the delivered energy using CAISO settlement meter data to CAISO dispatches by both real-time interval as well as dispatch by event. The second thing that we did is we assessed the accuracy of demonstrated capacity invoices, which are indicative of DRAM performance, and they're the basis of the DRPs capacity payments. And to do this, we independently estimated delivered energy using AMI data from the IOUs. I will get into this more later, but for this particular criterion, we faced significant data issues because there were so many pieces that had to fit together, which may have had an effect on the results. So I just wanted to give a heads up about that. So the first thing that we'll look at here is this Nexent calculated delivered energy. So like I said, we independently estimated delivered energy for DRAM resources, or rather DRAM dispatches in the real-time market. So then after we independently calculated them, we compared our delivered energy estimates to the ones reported by the DRPs and their scheduling coordinators. And those are the values that are used for IOU and CAISO settlements and payments. We use the same CAISO approved methodologies, so using baseline methods to calculate delivered energy. And then due to constraints in time and resources and the data that was available, this comparison was only limited to Q3 and Q4 of 2020. So there were quite a few steps here, and you'll see where all the different data pieces come into play. The first thing we had to do is determine which event hours to include in the analysis. So we focused on events during hour ending 17 through 21 on non-holiday weekdays. Next, we had to identify which customers were dispatched for each event. And to do that, we had to use enrollment data provided by the DRPs that let us know, these customers were enrolled for this event, that sort of thing. Then we had to take that group of customers and map them to the IOU provided AMI data. So we had to make sure the enrollment data from the DRPs could tie to an account at the IOU and then had available AMI data. So once we know when the events were and who was called for these events, then we use the CAISO approved baseline methodologies to calculate the adjusted baseline usage for each event. So, and we did this, I believe, at the resource ID level. So that means we used day matching 10 and 10, day matching 5 and 10, and day matching combined if the resource had both residential and non-residential customers. So using those baselines and that we've calculated, we were able to estimate delivered energy for each resource and event hour separately by taking the difference between the adjusted baseline that we've calculated and metered energy, which was also came from the AMI data provided by the IOUs. So we compared our estimates of delivered energy by month and DRP to 3 different things. First, the CAISO reported dispatched energy. Next, the scheduling coordinator reported delivered energy. And then finally, what the DRP reported. And when I say DRP reported, this goes back to the templates I mentioned in the previous criterion that the DRPs provided to Energy Division and then to us. And those templates included for each hour, their day ahead bid, real-time bids, real-time awards, baseline energy, and metered energy. So we were able to do a lot of comparisons there. But like I said before, the accuracy of all this depends on the accuracy of the data that was provided to us and the accuracy of reporting by all these different parties. Okay, so what we're looking at here is the comparison of dispatched and delivered energy across all DRPs for July 2020 through December 2020. And this is the data that we had available at the time of the analysis. And as you can see, there is a lot of variability in the accuracy, performance, and magnitude of delivered energy by month. So we found that DRAM underperformed as a whole during July, August, September, and October. So that's comparing the dispatched energy to all of the 3 delivered energy estimates. So in these months, the dispatched energy is higher than what was delivered. Then in November and December 2020, the DRP reported delivered energy exceeds the Nexent calculated by quite a bit. It's also greater than what was reported as dispatched. So that was an interesting finding there. Another way that we looked at this is delivered energy as a percentage of dispatched energy. So it's the same underlying data as this slide, but normalized to what was actually dispatched. So you can see that the scheduling coordinator reported performance dispatched energy ranged from about 57% in July, which is, let's see, this green one right here, to about 93% in December. So what that's saying is that performance was better in December than in July. Similarly, the Nexent calculated performance ranged from only 20% in July to 76% in December, so lower in July and higher in December. DRP reported performance ranged pretty widely, and that goes back to those November and December values that were much higher than what was actually dispatched. Right, so switching back to Callie now.
Okay, so another piece of this criterion was looking at the performance of the DRAM resources based on CAISO settlement data. So this is where we basically compare the meter data and the CAISO settlement data to how the CAISO market actually dispatched the resource, so what they were expected to perform at. And for this piece of the valuation, we only looked at the schedules coming out of the CAISO 5-minute market, because at the end of the day, that is the final physically binding dispatch instruction that all resources are expected to perform to. So we looked at this kind of in 2 different ways. One is by interval. So coming out of the 5-minute market, how well did the meter data match the CAISO expected energy on a 5-minute granular basis? And then we also looked at it in terms of event. And by event, I mean here for this piece of the evaluation, when a resource received a non-zero dispatch instruction from the CAISO for consecutive 5-minute intervals, that was considered one event. So in both cases, the performance is presented in terms of a percentage, how, again, based on what the total delivered energy the CAISO was expecting coming out of the 5-minute market, how well did the meter data match up to that in terms of a percent? Okay, so this is the time-based results, and by time-based, again, this is using the 5-minute granular data in the CAISO settlement data that was provided. And you can see over time there is an increase in performance, but when it gets down, when you look at the DRP level, there's still quite a bit of variability among the DRPs. But what we did find is that DRPs can perform to what the CAISO expects them to perform at, but again, there's still just kind of somewhat of a variability, not only within each DRP, but also across DRPs. On the top table there, that's the average performance by year. We provided the total dispatch megawatt hours just to provide a little bit of context of, how many megawatt hours are we talking about that was actually dispatched. I did want to note, though, that when we were calculating the performance, we capped each interval at 100%. And the reason we did that is because if in one 5-minute interval, a DRAM resource or resource ID had a metered value greater than the dispatch instruction, we didn't want overperformance in one interval to offset underperformance in another. So we capped that performance level at 100%. And we also thought it'd be interesting to look at whether or not performance varied based on the dispatch level. And by dispatch level, I mean, if the CAISO sent an instruction to operate at the 1 megawatt dispatch operating point, is there a difference in performance with larger dispatch levels or smaller dispatch levels? And what we ended up finding is there really was no strong trend when you looked at the performance by dispatch levels. So that didn't really seem to have a significant impact. The idea there being is, maybe there's more accurate performance if dispatch levels are lower versus higher, or vice versa. But in the end, it was inconclusive and not very any significant trend out of that. So then the next thing that we looked at was the event-based. Again, here we also capped this, but we capped it in a slightly different way. So the way we calculated the performance for an event is we summed up the total metered data throughout the event horizon, and then we summed up the total expected energy throughout the event horizon and took that in terms of a percentage. But before we summed up the metered value, we capped the metered value in each interval at the CAISO dispatch instruction. So slightly different way to cap it, but it was getting at the same idea that we didn't want overperformance to offset underperformance. And here what we're showing in the chart is really kind of the distribution of performance in terms of events for each year. And the way to read this chart is if we look at 2021, for example, that yellow line, we'll see that right about on the horizontal axis, right at about a 40%, the yellow line is, I'm going to call it 95%. So you can say that 60% of the events in 2021 had a performance level of 95% or more. After that, it drops off quite significantly. And you kind of see that trend in each year, that there tends to be this point of influx where you get pretty good performance for a handful of events or for a group of events, but then the performance after that just drops. There's not really, I guess, a gradual drop off. It just kind of drops down quite a bit. So we did see that trend year over year, but you do note kind of as you look across time, the percentage of events that do have that higher performance is increasing. All right, I'll hand it back to you, Amy.
Awesome, thanks. So what we've seen in this criterion is based on both approaches that Callie just discussed, so the time and event-based. While DRAM performance appears to be improving, there is still quite a bit of variation across DRPs, and there is room to increase the performance of DRAM overall. All of the resources are capable of performing to CAISO's expectation, but not always consistently. The other thing we found is that the size of the dispatch didn't appear to have an impact on performance. The other finding is that the performance level of DRAM resources might be impacted by a lack of incentive to consistently perform at or near expectation. The CAISO settles the difference based on real-time energy, and DRAM resources are paid based on invoices provided to the contracting party, which only needs to show performance of 1 hour rather than all of the events, for example. The other thing that we found is that the accuracy and performance of DRAM resources varies quite a bit by DRP and over time. So in most event hours, we did see that DRPs were over-reporting their delivered energy based on our calculations. The other thing that we found that was interesting is that the DRPs don't report the same delivered energy values in their quarterly report templates that they provided to Energy Division as they do in the scheduling coordinator reports that is provided to the CAISO for settlement. So we thought that was fairly interesting. And before we wrap up, like I said, I did want to go over some of the data issues that were related to this criterion. So first off, I just have a high level summary and then I go into the details on the different pieces. But the bottom line is that because there are so many data issues, we have decreased confidence in the reported values from the DRP, IOU, and CAISO sources. So there was a lot of missing and problematic data on which resources were which and which customers belonged where and who was bidding what, and meter and settlement data. So this meant that we weren't able to look at every single event. We tried to filter down to events where we had the most complete data. So we only included events where we knew that at least 95% of the customers we believed to have been dispatched had sufficient data. And also cases, we had to exclude cases where more than 100% of the dispatched customers were present in the enrollment data. So in other words, if we knew 70 customers were dispatched based on what was reported to us, but the enrollment data showed 100 customers were enrolled at that time and in theory should have been dispatched, then we didn't include that event. So among all of the event hours between hour ending 17 and 21 that were reported to us by the DRPs, we were only able to estimate delivered energy for about 70% of them, just because of all the data issues. The most common reason is that fewer than 95% of the customers that we believe to have been dispatched were actually available for the analysis. So I'll go into a bit more detail on all of the different sources. So first, we used CAISO data to be able to compare all of these other reported values to the CAISO reported values. This data had many missing or incomplete values in the metered energy area. And so the exclusion of these hours could bias the results down if they were incorrect. The next big piece was the quarterly report data from the DRPs, and this is how we identified what events happened where, and the DRP reported values like baseline energy and metered energy. Because this data was coming from so many different sources, different DRPs were filling out the template slightly differently, so there was some inconsistency. We also saw some market awards that didn't have any expected energy, or the expected energy was entered as 0, or vice versa. The DRP said there was expected energy, but no market award. We saw hours that were flagged as events, but without any customers dispatched, or sometimes the DRP reported an event, but there was no baseline or metered energy value provided. So we did our best to exclude any inconsistent data points, which did limit our ability to evaluate performance in this way. We also noted in some cases there was a mismatch between what the DRP was reporting as an event hour and what the CAISO data said was an event hour. The next big piece was DRP enrollment data. So this was provided to us directly from the DRPs. In most cases, it would tell us, what resource or contract a customer was part of when they joined that resource, when they left that resource. There were some cases where the same customer was reported to be enrolled in multiple resources at once. So we had to exclude those cases. The data was often missing some customers or some resources entirely. And then other cases were that the enrollment data didn't include the unique identifier that we needed to be able to map to data from the IOUs. So we couldn't connect the two data sources together. The next big piece of data was the IOU customer characteristics data. So this was used to identify if customers were residential or non-res. It also helped us tie to the AMI data. So there were some customers that were somehow assigned to both residential and non-residential status, so we didn't want to use them. Some customers were missing their customer class entirely, so we didn't know what bucket they would fall into. In some cases, we were able to infer based on the DRP enrollment data or the baseline method used if a customer was residential or non-res. But there were lots of cases where the DRP used a combined baseline method if they had both types of customers. And so in those classes, we couldn't tell if a customer was residential or non-residential. And if we didn't know where they fell, then we didn't know which baseline to use for them. And then finally, I think this is the last one, two more pieces, one being the AMI data from the IOUs. So this is how we identified how much each customer was using. So CAISO dictates that the baseline analysis needs to be conducted at the 5-minute interval. However, we were only able to use hourly AMI data, so we had to calculate everything at an hourly level rather than a 5-minute interval. But as a whole, we didn't have too many issues with the AMI data, only a handful of missing customers here and there. And then finally, the last piece of the puzzle here was which baseline method to use. So we did our best to use exactly what the DRP reported that they used. And the DRPs reported this information in those big templates that I've been mentioning. The baseline methodologies varied from resource to resource. So it was important to know which baseline method we should use for each resource and event. There were some quarterly reports from the DRPs where that field was blank. In many cases, we could infer it based on the customer class, but if it was a mixed customer class, then we may not know which baseline method to use. The other big thing here is that CAISO says that outages should be excluded from baseline days in a baseline analysis. However, we didn't have the required data to determine which days outages had occurred, so we would have been unable to exclude those days from our baseline calculations. I think that was the last one. Yep, that was the last one. So I will open it back up to questions.
Amy, got a question from Amani, which I believe I answered, but I'll read it out anyway. Just to confirm, there were 4 data sets used: IOU AMI data, scheduling coordinator reports provided to CAISO, DRP quarterly reports provided to the CPUC, and CAISO 5-minute real-time settlement data provided by CAISO.
Yes, I think the one missing from there would be DRP enrollment data. And the other thing I will say is we had other data available to us, such as which resources fell under which contracts, things like that. So we did use other data sources to try to fill in the gaps if there were any. We avoided, wherever we could, we avoided making any guesses. We wanted to use the data that was available to us, and if there were cases where we would be guessing too much, then we would just exclude that event from the analysis.
Looks like Luke has a hand up and Maria also has a hand up. I don't know if those are left over from before. Luke, it looks like you're unmuted. Do you have a question about criterion 6?
Eleanor, this is Luke. Are you referring to me?
Yes.
Yes, I do. I'm happy to wait if you want to break for lunch, or do you want to do these questions now for criterion 6?
We can go until 12:10 and then we'll stop for lunch.
Okay, I'll be quick. Okay, Amy, thank you for this presentation. So my head is spinning a bit, and again, this is Luke Tugas from the council. My head is spinning a bit from all of the different kind of sources of data that you were using in order to do this, and I can appreciate the difficulty and complexity that came with this. What I'm concerned about, though, is that you all make the conclusion that the DRPs are overstating their performance relative to what your team has come up with. How is it that you can make that claim when there is such a, well, by my observation, such a large margin for error?
Sure, and I think that is a very fair question. One thing I'll say is that in theory we are using the same AMI data, so that part should not be an issue. The other thing, though, is that, as you can see here, the scheduling coordinators for the DRPs and the DRPs themselves are reporting two very different numbers. So it's not just compared to our calculation; it's almost compared to their own. But I do think you raise a fair point that this does have to be taken with a grain of salt, given all of the data issues.
And because given that. And, I don't know a lot about all these different data types, in terms of when they're available and all this sort of thing. And so is it possible that, there's the ISO settlement is one kind of deadline, and then there's also, when the quarterly reports are due from the DR providers, and then when, next and Gridwell comes out and gets these data in, a year or two down the road, is it possible that, or is it true that this kind of staggered availability of different data could play a role as well?
However, the baseline energy and the metered energy that the DRPs are reporting in these templates, in theory, should have come directly from, I think, I don't remember the details here, it's been a while. They should have been able to pull it from the same place that the scheduling coordinator reported data is coming from. So, and there was often a lot of back and forth with the DRPs to make sure that we had all these values right. But I do think you raise a fair point. But yeah, it is a lot of
Sorry, and not to draw too fine a line under this, but when one can interpret that statement that was in the report as well as in the slide that the DIA providers overstated relative to Nexon's calculations, it seems to imply that Nexon has the true numbers, the true calculations, and everyone else is wrong. Was that your intent, or was that the intent of the report to kind of make that statement, or was that just simply a matter of, oh, our numbers didn't match up with everybody else's?
Also a fair question. I'm trying to think of the best way to answer that. I mean, we went in with the goal of assessing the accuracy of these baseline calculations. And we were as accurate as we could be. This is why we excluded so many events, is if we did have data issues, we did not look at that event. Or if we had data issues we knew about anyway, we did not look at that event. So we believe that our calculations are as accurate as they possibly could be, given the data available. But that said, it doesn't necessarily mean that ours are, 100% the truth. I think the thing that really stands out to me, though, is these November and December values. It does seem like something is going on there, whether it be a reporting mistake or something else. There's definitely some sort of issue, just given how much higher these values are versus what was actually dispatched.
Great, thank you. I'm done.
Great. I do
Thank
want to
you.
take Maria's question before we break for lunch, so we'll go a couple minutes more. can unmute you.
Thanks very much. My question actually relates to Luke's and follows up from that. So first though, I don't know if it's a question as much as just a thought. Just to confirm though, you did these comparisons between the results of all of these data sources just for June through December 2020, correct? Not 2021.
Correct.
Okay. The one thing that I would note in that time period, especially with regard to the quarterly report data, is that that was the first kind of time that new Dram or new iteration of Dram, that was the first time that we had to do these quarterly reports.
Sure.
There was a steep learning curve. The templates changed. We made a lot of mistakes, and I do worry about saying we are over-reporting performance because it has a connotation that maybe you don't mean to imply. This was not us, fixing the numbers to make them look higher. There are a lot of real errors in these reports that were done unintentionally because there's a huge number of data that we had to report. I'd also say that these reports are not used for financial compensation. It is a compliance requirement. So we're not being overpaid, based on these reports. So knowing how difficult it was for us, at least, this is Maria Blinky from OpenConnect. I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. Knowing how difficult it was for us to complete these reports at the start, especially, and how many errors we made personally, I would discount those gray lines for this time period, or maybe not discount is a strong word. I would take them with a big grain of salt. The more interesting comparison to me is the SC data versus your calculation. And the differences there, I think, are interesting. I didn't expect to see them. And we should definitely look into why that is happening. There is something to be said for Luke's question regarding the lag in data. I will say that sometimes we have to settle with the CAISO with missing data. As you noted in prior sections of the report, we often do have incomplete meter data from the IOUs by the time we actually have to settle. And we have to estimate and do all sorts of things. So the data by the time you received it may have been much more complete than the time that than the data that we had at the time when we had to use it for settlement. I don't know that it would cause these discrepancies. It could to some extent, maybe not all of it, but I would just caution us all from using or drawing any conclusions from those gray bars, because those quarterly reports were very, very steep learning curve and it was very difficult to fill them out. I hope we're doing better as an industry, but I know there are errors in those first 6 months, especially, and I really want to dive more into your estimate versus the SC estimate.
Sure.
Thank you.
Great. Do you want to know, I saw some questions from Natalie, and I saw Amani had a hand up as well. Feel free to ask those questions again during closing Q&A, but I think that we will break for lunch. And I will see if I can take over. Okay. So we're going to take a lunch break now. Please come back at 12:45. And yeah, and then we will jump into our QMD, followed by results and recommendations. I'm also going to pause the recording during lunch and resume afterwards. All right, we're back to recording. And the next slide is going to be revenue quality meter data presented by Jeremy. So I'm going to hand it off. Give me one moment.
Are we looking good?
Looks great.
All right, thank you. All right, so this is Jeremy Smith, and I'm back with the final objective in our evaluation of Dram, which was to review the RQMD working group report and to determine if penalties should be imposed on the utilities for delayed customer and meter data. All right, so just a bit of background before we dive in. Revenue quality meter data, or RQMD, is validated energy use data that is critical for ensuring a functional monitoring and reporting process in Dram. Therefore, it's important to have a system in place to ensure this data is accurate and delivered to the third-party providers in a timely manner. Working group was established to investigate delays in customer and meter data that the utilities provide DRPs to understand these impacts. So the methodology was straightforward. We were tasked with reviewing the working group report completed in May of 2021 and provide a recommendation on whether to impose penalties to the IOUs for delayed, missing, or inaccurate RQMD. So before I get into our recommendations, I'd like to just provide a summary of findings from the working group report, starting with comments from the DRPs that submitted responses to a questionnaire about the frequency and impact of delayed RQMD. 5 DRPs with contracts in 2020 responded, and on average, RQMD was not delivered by 48 business days from the relevant trading day for approximately 1 to 5% of customer accounts across all 3 IOUs. This T plus 48B, the 48 business days from the relevant trading days, the California ISO deadline to submit metered data for settlement. For DRPs participating in PG&E territory, the greater concern was data missing for longer than a week and solar export data being double counted for extended periods of time. In SCE territory, the greatest concern was that data for 20 to 30% of customers were inaccurate due to time shifts, which was more impactful than delayed data just due to the additional data processing that had to take place. In SDG&E territory, DRPs pretty much all agreed that the delays were less common and less impactful than in the other 2 IOU service territories. All right, so I'd like to share some additional comments from the DRPs in the working group report. Just first, that delayed delivery, data delivery prevents customer performance calculations, which then delays revenues and payments to customers and can lower overall program satisfaction. Delays also impose the risk of California ISO penalties and take a significant amount of time to track down missing data or to create internal solutions to resolve data quality issues. Most DRPs said that they did not lose capacity payments due to delayed RQMD, but they did lose revenue from the energy market. Inaccurate or missing meter data, such as the time shifts issue that I mentioned before, they lower measurable performance and resulted in reduced payments and invoicing delays. Finally, data issues prevent DRPs from knowing their progress towards meeting the 30 megawatt hour per megawatt minimum delivered energy requirement, which can result in needing to dispatch additional hours as a buffer to avoid penalties. All right, so that concludes the DRP comments in the working group report. And now I'd just like to share a summary of the comments from the IOUs. All 3 IOUs submitted responses to a questionnaire on the process and timeline for validation, editing, and estimation of raw data, and the causes for missing or delayed RQMD. So starting at the top of the table, you can see the timeline for each IOU to collect and transfer data to their meter data management system. For PG&E, this happens every 4 hours, whereas with SCE and SDG&E, this process occurs daily. Data validation is performed 3 times per day at PG&E, daily at SCE, and in 2 batches twice daily at SDG&E. Finally, RQMD is available at PG&E and SCE at the end of the customer billing cycle, whereas at SDG&E it is available daily. In the questionnaire, the IOUs were asked to provide the primary causes of delayed RQMD, and I've listed the top reasons here. All 3 IOUs said malfunctioning or non-communicating meters contributes to delayed data. 2 IOUs said that closed service accounts and data sharing authorizations were primary causes. And 2 also said that IT system and application outages were primary causes of delayed RQMD. So those were the most cited reasons. The rest listed here were reported by only a single IOU. All right, so in summary, DRPs said that missing or inaccurate RQMD is one of, if not the most significant challenge they face in participating in DRAM today. After reviewing the report, we do not recommend retroactive penalties be imposed to the IOUs just due to the lack of an existing framework and agreement for financial implications. However, we do recommend that metrics be established that clearly define parameters of success and failure of RQMD delivery that either come with financial earnings opportunities if they are met or penalties if they are not. These metrics should cover things like the time to deliver RQMD, the accepted formats, including which data elements are provided, and an acceptable level of data accuracy. We also recommend that PG&E and SCE make RQMD available daily after validation, as SDG&E does, rather than waiting until the end of the customer billing cycle. This data should be available for DRAM in the same timeline as it is for IOU programs. If issues pertaining to RQMD delivery arise that can't be resolved between the DRP and the IOU, we recommend that a neutral arbiter be assigned to review any quantifiable revenue losses or fines incurred by DRPs that are a direct result of the delayed or inaccurate delivery of RQMD. And finally, we recommend the timeline for revenue loss or settlement penalties to DRPs. They should be adjusted based on the data delivery date, not the conclusion of program months. All right, so that was a pretty short section, but I'll pause here and see if there are any questions about RQMD or our recommendations.
Thanks, Jeremy. I think Maria might have had a hand up from before, but I think that Luke does have a hand up. Luke, did you have a question?
Thank you. Is this, can you please go back to slide, I think it was 107.
Oops. Sure.
Right. I hope that's the right one. You had said, Jeremy, thank you for this. You had said that there are instances where the DRPs were saying that they have not lost capacity payments due to missing or delayed data, but some loss of revenue from the energy market. So maybe I should follow up with some of the DR providers. But I guess my question is, how is that possible if the actual performance in the energy market is reported out, to the extent that it is, I would say, reported out as demonstrated capacity to show their, that they met their must offer obligation for the months, in which they have, in which they're required to provide either a test event or a market dispatch. And then, of course, this translates into the minimum energy requirement as well. So I would, it doesn't make sense to me, for there to be like kind of like an isolated detriment, only to the energy market revenues. Am I making sense? I apologize. I'm jumbling things.
Yeah. No, and I apologize. I didn't I didn't necessarily dig in too much into that issue. This was merely just reported in the working group report as feedback from the DRPs. So I didn't investigate this issue myself. There's perhaps maybe when we open it up to Q&A, if there's someone else on the team that's a little bit more familiar with the balance of these, payment structures, could provide a comment on that. But yeah, it wasn't explained in detail, at least in the working group report. But that will be, and it is attached to our report, the working group report. So it could be worth digging into that a little bit more if you'd like.
Right on. Thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, and the reason why I brought that up is just because I'm thinking back to what Amy, I think, was saying about problems with data quality and how that was affecting the analyses that not only your team was trying to do, but also even potentially the results of the actual market dispatches as well, like the settlement elements of it and all that sort of thing. So just trying to make the connection. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, Luke, one possible thing, and again, like I haven't dug into this either, but since capacity payments, even for a dispatch-based invoice, I believe are based on a single event, it could be that the impacted events were not the ones that were being used for invoicing.
Yeah, that's certainly possible. But we don't know, or at least I don't know. Thanks.
Let's see. It also looks like Nora has a question. Unmute you. Nora, do you want to go ahead and ask your question? No, are you there? Okay.
Hello?
Oh, now we can hear you.
Hi, this is Noah from Olivine. Just to that last point, I don't want to speak for all instances, but especially when there were really big, clear data errors that we didn't actually get resolved until well after it would have been worth sending data to the ISO. We did either delay the sending in the demonstrated capacity reports or had them redone with the corrected data. And that also might have been part of what contributed to the differences in the reported performance.
Great, thanks for providing that context. Okay, not seeing any other questions related to our QMD right now. So I think we can move on. And if you have any questions, I think this is the one quote unquote criterion that was really more of a recommendation. So we're also going to get back into it in this next section. So you can ask questions then or at the end.
All right, great. Well, I will hand it off to George for the summary of results and recommendations.
Thanks, Jeremy. Just making sure everything is appearing appropriately here.
Looks great.
Great. Thank you. So yeah, this is the kind of final section here. I'm going to briefly summarize the results that were presented during the workshop today for each of the criteria and pass it along to my colleague Josh Schellenberg, who will go over some summaries of issues that we encountered and identified in the evaluation, as well as some of our recommendations. All right, so for criterion 1, the question was, did Dram engage new and viable demand response providers? Our conclusion is yes. 2 of the 9 demand response providers that won contracts in our evaluation period were indeed new. We also found that viability had improved, but certain integration challenges remain. So only 1 contract termination and 2 contract reassignments were found in our evaluation period compared to 9 and 6 respectively in the previous evaluation period. So as a metric of viability, that has certainly improved. Challenges identified still include the unpredictability of the program, the lack of timely and accurate meter data, as Jeremy just discussed, the need for greater flexibility, and high administrative burden associated with reporting. As Jeremy also mentioned, the market we found is moderately to highly concentrated still. Only 1 DRP won residential contracts during our evaluation period, and that the 3 largest demand response providers accounted for between 75 and 94% of the capacity within each cycle that we evaluated. For criterion 2, the question is, did Dram engage new customers? And again, we found that yes, Dram did engage new customers. However, the proportion of those new customers is decreasing in each cycle, which may be expected. So compared to 2018 enrollment, about 58% of all participants were new to Dram in 2019. And then in 2020, only 26% of enrolled customers had not previously participated in either of the previous 2 years. We did find that Dram continued to engage low-income customers with between 31 to 35% of all participants in 2018 through 2020 were enrolled in a care rate. We also found that the high energy use customers, so those customers who are in the highest 5% of usage in their customer class, comprise approximately 10% and 8% of PG&E and SCE participants, respectively, compared to approximately 4% in both of those territories in 2016. For criterion 3, the question is whether auction bid prices were competitive, and for our public findings, we find that they are mostly neutral and positive in that regard. Neither average Dram bids received nor awarded have shown consistently increasing or decreasing value across the evaluation period on a statewide average basis. We also see no consistent trend with respect to average Dram bid or awarded bid competitiveness in comparison with the LRAC over that same period. However, we do see that Dram contracts are more competitive with LRAC at the end of the evaluation period than the beginning, so improvement there. We also see that the average awarded Dram contract price is lower than LRAC in all 3 auctions during this evaluation period. And we see that the interquartile range for the bids is decreasing over time. So in 2020, we saw that the IQR is 8% lower than that of the previous Dram, and in 2021, it was 21% lower than the previous Dram. So again, improvement there in the range of bids, in the bid dispersion. So on the flip side, there are some potentially negative indicators of competitiveness when it comes to auction bids. We see net decreases in the number of selling DRPs at SCE across our evaluation period, and we see net decreases in the number of bids received at PG&E and SCE across our evaluation period. Criterion 4 asks whether offer prices were competitive in wholesale markets. Our conclusion there is that they are not necessarily, but they do seem to show signs of improvement in recent years. Dram resources do tend to be offered at prices that far exceed both the net benefits test and other resource types. And there appears to be a slight change in bidding more megawatt hours at lower prices than there was before. Dram resources are more effective in getting their capacity scheduled in both the day-ahead and real-time markets, especially during times of highest system needs, as Callie mentioned, but they remain less active than IOU-DR and other resource types. And on that IOU-DR comparison benchmarking, we are working with the CPUC to try to narrow down which IOU-DR programs were used for benchmarking, so we will try to get an answer for that and follow up accordingly. The demand response providers that offer lower bids tend to have higher rates of scheduling and scheduling effectiveness, as Callie mentioned. However, the caveat to all of the above is that data quality issues do make it challenging to determine if these trends will persist or if they perhaps exist in the first place. On criterion 5, we asked whether the DRPs met their contractual obligations, and our results there were mixed. So we see that the MOO compliance is high, as Amy mentioned. Collectively, the DRPs bid at least 100% in every quarter of our evaluation cycle, and they bid over 100% in every quarter of our evaluation cycle except for Q4 2020. We also saw that the alignment of qualifying capacity and demonstrated capacity compared to contracted capacity is declining year over year between 2019 and 2021, where demonstrated capacity alignment ranged from 79% in 2019 to 65% in 2021. And on the minimum dispatch requirement for 2021, we found that only 30% of the contracts evaluated, representing 23% of the required energy, fulfilled that requirement. Criterion 6 asks whether resources were reliable when dispatched, and again, our results here are mixed. Overall, we see that Dram performance does appear to be improving year over year, but there is significant room for improvement. We see a significant variation by DRPs and by dispatch. So while some DRPs tend to perform relatively well in a consistent manner, others seem to perform well during some events and underperform during the remainder. We saw significant inconsistencies when calculating performance from the different data sets reported by the DRPs, by the CAISO scheduling coordinators, and data calculated by the Nexent team. And then again, the conclusion there is that the majority of data reported by the DRPs overestimate delivered energy when compared to the Nexent team's analysis. And I will say that the points brought forth by Luke and Maria are certainly valid, and I think I would just want to clarify that, our role as independent evaluators here is to answer this research question with the best data possible that we have and to the most accurate degree. Certainly our intent is not to discredit or demonize any particular entity. We believe we did our best with the data that provided, and it was an iterative process, working with the CPUC, the IOUs, and the DRPs to get the best possible data to answer these questions. And I do believe that, in the report, we try to caveat everything because we do talk about the data issues that we faced. I think we have like 4 pages of content within that section about the particular data issues that we faced specifically for this criterion. So I think, we certainly want to bring that forth, and it's a good point to mention that, there are a lot of issues that go into these calculations. So I do think that, our end result was with the best data possible that we had. We identified issues. We removed problematic data where necessary. Our goal is really to just get at the most accurate answer there. So if we were to not state data issues and just make this blanket conclusion without talking about the issues that went into our analysis, that would certainly be a mischaracterization. So I think we tried to do the best we can, basically, and we do understand and recognize that certain processes were new and introduced recently. So, and human error, of course, will always be a part of any analysis. But I do think we tried to put our best foot forward in terms of working with what we had. So on RQMD, I'd say that, so our question was, should penalties be imposed for delayed customer and meter data? And our conclusion there was that not retroactively, they shouldn't be imposed, but we do suggest that specific metrics for success and failure of RQMD and associated penalties should be established, mainly because there's a lack of an existing framework and agreement establishing any sort of penalty structure retroactively. On those metrics that we recommend be established, we believe those should come with penalties or financial earnings depending on if they're met. We also believe that quantifiable revenue loss or fines incurred by the DRPs as a result of delayed or inaccurate RQMD should be reviewed and resolved by a neutral third party to determine culpability and potential penalties. So the timeline for revenue loss or penalties to DRPs should be based on the date on which complete and accurate RQMD is delivered rather than the conclusion of program months, as Jeremy recently specified. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague Josh Schellenberg, who will present some of the issues that we identified through the course of our evaluation, as well as talking about some recommendations to perhaps try to improve on them.
Thank you, George. Josh Schellenberg here from Resource Innovations. I've been involved with overseeing this evaluation from the beginning, as well as previously I led the Dram audit for Southern California Edison that we did a few years ago. And then prior to that, been working on demand response evaluation in California going back to about 2008. So a long history of demand response evaluation, and just to add to what George was saying there about our role as the independent evaluator. We deal with data issues all the time, and we just need to put our best foot forward and come up with these summaries of the results as we see them based on the data, and put forward recommendations based on the best available information while laying out a lot of those caveats. And there are many cases where we have indicated that IOU DR programs have significant issues, have data issues, underperformance, not delivering on the capacity. So we are, definitely not biased one way or the other. And if a program just doesn't seem to be performing well, we just call it out, regardless of it, whether it's a third-party program or an IOU program, because at the end of the day, our view is that we need to, as the independent evaluator, come forward with, keeping the public interest in mind in terms of cost effectiveness and, our transition to a world with renewable energy. So, in order to get to that world, we're going to need demand flexibility that is consistent and reliable. And unfortunately, as you can see on this slide, there have been a few key issues that have persisted over the years for Dram. And there have been some improvements following the 2019 CPUC evaluation, as well as many recent changes to Dram. But again, many of these key issues have persisted. Most notably, the performance varies widely, and yes, some of that could be due to statistical error when it comes to baseline calculations. But it's clear that at least compared to like traditional thermal generation, the reliability and consistency has been lacking for Dram overall, and that really lowers the overall effectiveness of Dram and the confidence that CAISO has in it, because they rely on being able to dispatch these resources according to very specific instructions to ramping up and ramping down. And it looks like Dram has not been able to do that effectively to this point. And then secondly, the criteria for this evaluation didn't really get into the availability issue as much, just because that wasn't really one of the criteria that was a huge focus. But CAISO Department of Market Monitoring came out with a report last year about the August 2020 heat wave, and they really showed that third-party demand response had significant issues with just basically not being available at all during critical hours. So that was a major issue as well. And basically, if the performance varies a lot and it's highly unpredictable and inconsistent, and if the resource isn't available during critical hours, then basically it's arguable that this resource isn't really providing any incremental system capacity. We do these bids and cost effectiveness analysis expecting to see this avoided cost of capacity that gets delivered by this incremental capacity that demand response is providing. But if it's not reliable and consistent, then it's not going to be avoiding any capacity. And the CAISO is still just going to have backup resources available to make up for any sort of shortfalls that may be present on a given event day, especially as we saw in the August 2020 heat wave, where we had the first stage 3 emergency in nearly 20 years, going back to the California energy crisis. So, it just shows during that time how important it is for these resources to be available when needed most. And then, as we talked about quite a bit, the data errors and reporting inconsistencies were a major issue for all parties involved. And it just leads to a lack of confidence and transparency regarding the performance. We spent like a year just trying to put together the first quarterly report for Dram. And even at the end of that process and multiple iteration with nearly every DRP, I believe sometimes, 5, 6, 7 iterations of getting that data right for those quarterly reports, we still didn't necessarily have full confidence that the data in there was really showing what the true performance was. So, that's just an issue as well in terms of that transparency and being able to monitor the resource and the capacity in more real time, basically. And then, as I think we'll all agree, basically every stakeholder, there's just a significant administrative burden for all parties involved. So I'm going to talk about one of the recommendations that really tries to address that. So we'll move on to the first recommendation here, which is about performance incentives. So, we really just think that the Dram overall needs to align the incentives of the capacity contracts with demonstrated performance. And that includes the consistency of performance as well as availability. And we also need to consider the unique characteristics of demand response when, essentially adjusting these capacity contracts. So first off, having upfront incentives to support ramping up DR participation. My understanding is that a lot of the resources that participate in the RA market historically are older generators that have gone 20 years on some sort of bilateral contract, and then they're able to, once they're done with that contract, bid into the market. So it's already an established plant that has a very well-measured capacity. Well, if these DR resources are ramping up their participation, there's clearly not going to be that very specific capacity that we know for a long period of time has been there. So I think having some sort of, having some sort of upfront incentive to support that ramp up, but then withholding a majority of the capacity payment each year to allow time for the DRPs to demonstrate consistently high performance. We think that's really important. We would love to have like this ex ante measure of exactly what that capacity is going to be. But the fact is that as the DRPs are out there enrolling customers and seeing how they perform, you need to basically see where you end up, and then from there, determine the capacity payments. And having that incentive be tied to availability during the peak season, such as and also critical hours like the August 2020 event is really important. So, and then tying that performance-based payment to some sort of adjusted capacity metric, like the effective load carrying capacity, could be a good way of accounting for variance in performance and availability. Again, especially during those critical hours. We also think that early contract termination should be an option if a given resource is just shown to consistently underperform. Again, if you're ramping up this participation and you don't get quite to where you thought you were going to be, it might be best to just terminate that contract, maybe move those resources to combine with another resource in order to have a better sense of what the actual capacity is. So, and then also, as noted in our recommendations, I think the IOU should also, be able to factor in historical performance by given DRPs in subsequent Dram solicitations. Because if it's shown that certain DRPs or certain resources are consistently underperform over time, that is something that should be factored into the selection criteria. Just like in any solicitation process, where you consider that historical performance as an important indicator of future performance. And then, so the must offer obligation, we just think based on our analysis that it's just not a good indication of capacity, and having any sort of capacity compensation be tied to those bid amounts is just not working out well and should be eliminated. And then incentivizing aggregation of the resource IDs at the sublap level would be really helpful in reducing statistical noise in the baseline calculation. So right now there seems to be this incentive to keep the resources below that 1 megawatt threshold in order to be considered a long start resource. There's another recommendation that gets more into detail on that disincentive to aggregate, right? But there should be an incentive to aggregate as many resource IDs as possible, at least at the sublap level, to reduce that statistical noise and give everyone a better assessment of a given DRP or a given resource's ability to perform. And then, finally, we think that having a multi-year contract could be, much more reasonable for demand response. Again, it's not just like this existing generator that's sitting there where it's just kind of getting these annual payments and rebidding it in. It's, something that may need to ramp up over time, or if you lose some customers, you add them back in. And so having a multi-year contract seems to make a lot more sense for demand response in particular, but then having those performance-based payments and, that ramp up period to grow to full capacity. And that would be contingent upon having a multi-year contract, in our view, would be contingent upon implementing some of the recommendations above that one on the list, so that we have a little bit of, give and take there, of course. So then we can go into the second recommendation, which I don't think there'll be too much disagreement on, but there's just a lot of data issues and a huge amount of administrative burden. And when we looked at that, we said, at first, the initial reaction is to say, well, maybe we should recommend penalties and, have some sort of incentive to deliver the data on time, looking at the accuracy of the data and having some sort of incentive or penalty tied to that. But in the end, that's just going to increase the administrative burden for everyone involved, especially the DRPs, which Dram is trying to attract into this market to make it more competitive. So if you increase that administrative burden more and more and more and have more penalties and all of that, that would only raise the barrier to entry and reduce competitiveness in our view. So we really think that there needs to be some sort of centralized data repository and reporting system in place to increase data accuracy, prevent overcompensation, and reduce administrative burden. So instead of going with the route of trying to penalize or incentivize, really trying to reduce that administrative burden to make it easier for all parties involved, but especially smaller or newer DRPs. And in the end, that type of centralized data repository would create a single source of truth for all DRAM data, and address a lot of those issues. And secondly, I think a key here is really helping the CPUC and other parties continuously monitor, evaluate, and forecast DR performance to ensure further transparency and track what is the actual capacity that's available realistically, given the actual performance of these resources. If you're able to have that single source of truth of data and bring in the most recent utility meter data, DRP enrollments, mapped to utility counts, and a lot of these other items that we list here. Before there was a point about dual enrollments. If there's a way to track that much better in real time and just have that be part of a central repository that the DRPs can ping and check very quickly, we think that would be a huge improvement to the overall program and reduce a lot of these issues that we're seeing as part of this evaluation, as part of RQMD, as part of everything. I mean, it's such a data-driven mechanism in terms of DRAM, and having that data be having that single source of truth is really important, and not having to spend a year to aggregate this information and iterate with the DRPs over and over again to be able to put together those quarterly reports, would give the CPUC and other parties much better information and ability to monitor and forecast the capacity in an ongoing manner. So then our third recommendation is related to cost effectiveness. There are a lot of mechanisms that we could have for encouraging demand response participation, as well as demand response participation that is delivered by third parties but managed by the IOUs. So for example, in the energy efficiency market in California, there's been a huge shift to third-party implementation for energy efficiency, but that implementation is still administered by the utilities so that they can monitor the performance and ensure that things are going smoothly as the program rolls out. So that is another option to consider as well, and conducting a cost effectiveness analysis and comparing to those types of other options, we just think is really important. We could sit here and say, well, DRAM is a mechanism, it shouldn't be subject to cost effectiveness, but the fact is that DRAM as a mechanism or program or initiative, whatever you want to call it, costs money, public money, to monitor, evaluate, and have these capacity contracts. So it is something that could be subjected to cost effectiveness, and we think should be subjected to cost effectiveness so that we can move more quickly towards the model for demand response that is most cost effective for the state as a whole. And so we think that's something that should be done, and looking at third-party demand response resources that the IOUs manage, such as the capacity bidding program, would be an interesting comparison to consider. And also importantly, factoring in the actual performance of the resources is important, because we could take these bids and compare it to LRAC and put those bids or those capacity values into a cost effectiveness contract or a cost effectiveness analysis. But if the actual performance is very different than what those numbers indicate, then that's not the true cost effectiveness of the resource, because again, there has to be this ability to offset and deliver on that avoided cost of capacity that the demand response program or mechanism is supposed to deliver. So then our fourth recommendation is related to CAISO market availability. This is getting a little bit at the issue I was talking about before, where there's this disincentive to aggregate these resources, and there's a large amount of long start resources that are not available when needed most, such as during critical hours. George, if you don't mind advancing the slide. Thank you. So, there's a lot of details in terms of these dispatches in the market related to minimum load cost, startup times, and market rules on availability and dispatch. And for some resources, if you're bidding a day ahead and it doesn't clear, then you might not have to be available in real time. And so cleaning up a lot of those issues to ensure that the resources are available when they're needed most is really important here. And the evaluate, and there's just a broader data issue here as well. CAISO, the data from CAISO was also an issue as part of this evaluation. some of it was due to just confidentiality issues and the stuff that we weren't able to, look at because of confidentiality. But also, we were just unable to confirm what commitment costs were reflected in the market based on the data provided. So having more recent and frequent snapshots of the master file data would allow us to confidently evaluate the portion of Dram resources classified as long start, because it seems like there is a large percentage of resources that are classified as long start that are below that 1 megawatt threshold. And this is a demand response aggregation mechanism overall, and any sort of disincentive to aggregate should be looked at closely, and any sort of ability to bid day ahead but then not be available real time should be looked at closely, and ensure that we minimize the resources that are exempt from the RAIN as is listed there at the bottom. So then number 5, we have a recommendation related to the performance calculation methodology. So, to assess and consider offering other choices in baseline methodology that better represent DR performance for certain customers or certain resources. So we recommend assessing the accuracy of these methodologies and determining which methodology would be best for different types of customers and resource IDs, and potentially considering the use of control groups as well, which CAISO does allow in certain circumstances, but the DRPs don't have access to non-participant data. So that is something that a centralized data repository could help with as well, in terms of providing that ability to estimate performance using a control group. And then also, as discussed previously by Jeremy, coming out of his analysis, we recommend investigating the potential risk and benefits of allowing DRPs to use the meter generator output protocol for resources like battery storage, electric vehicle chargers, or other sub-meter technologies, rather than relying on like the whole building data and the baselines, because that could potentially give you a much better sense of a much more accurate and less noisy, from a statistical perspective, estimate of the performance of these resources. And then our final recommendation is related to RQMD. George just covered this, and this came out of a report that we reviewed, and it's supposed to be included in this evaluation, which that report is included as an attachment. And then we made this recommendation about establishing specific metrics regarding delivery timeline and data accuracy, and then having any sort of quantifiable revenue loss or fines be reviewed by a neutral arbiter, and go from there. We just, based on the information that we reviewed, didn't think that we could necessarily say like, oh, this should definitely be, the penalty should be $100 for whatever. It's like it's very hard to say without knowing more information about any sort of quantifiable revenue loss or fines, and having an arbiter that's familiar with how to assess those types of damages, I think would be a good way to go, or we think would be a good way to go. And then second issue there is having the data be available immediately after validation in the utilities meter data management systems. We think would be a good, rather than waiting until the end of a billing cycle for the customer, because if there's an event on day 1 of a customer's billing cycle, then you're not going to get that data for 30, 45 days if you have to wait until the end of the billing cycle. So, we've worked with utility advanced meter data going back to when PG&E first started rolling out smart meters in Bakersfield in 2008, and I have a decent understanding of how these like meter data management systems work, and the fact that the the validation process is ongoing. It's not necessarily tied to the billing cycle. So that's why we would recommend that once the data has gone through some sort of validation process, being able to get that data at that point, which is usually like a 2 or 3 day lag, which would be far better than waiting until the end of the billing cycle. And then, finally, we think that this whole, RTMD transfer process and all the data and getting it to the parties involved could benefit from a centralized data repository as well to track and being able to use that repository to track and monitor data quality could help get ahead of a lot of these issues, because as soon as the data comes in, there's accuracy metrics and validation algorithms that can be run to basically verify that yes, the data is good and ready to go, and it can be managed in a consistent way, so you don't have this issue of all the DRPs potentially managing and bringing the data together in different ways. So we think when it comes to RQMD as well, that our second recommendation relative to the centralized data repository could be a good solution. And again, reducing that administrative burden, I think everyone involved here would agree that would be a good way to go for Dram as a whole.
All right, thanks, Josh. So I think we'd probably like to open it up to questions on this section.
Yes, we do have a few hands raised, and I think right after this, we'll just kind of move seamlessly into closing Q&A. But Jennifer, if you want to ask your question, we'll unmute you. Oh.
I'm obviously not going to get into the merits of all the recommendations, some of which I ringingly endorse and some of which I'm a little more concerned about. But do you want to kind of give a point of context that concerned me, Josh, with some of your points around the IMM report from July of 2020 and availability? And I want to note that Dram, according to all parties, has been made to be available during the availability assessment hours, which at the time were Monday through Friday evenings. And so a lot of these, reviews happened over the weekend. I even talked to IMM about this afterwards, and they said, yeah, they probably should have let people know that we weren't just flouting availability. It wasn't the program hours. Some of the utility programs also weren't available then, except for BIP, and weren't called. And in fact, we dispatched our customers out of system, asking them to help, but there was no compensation or evaluation methodology. That said, I don't want to leave everyone here thinking DR just isn't available. The availability assessment hours also have been expanded to Saturday, but this is an RA resource in the MCC bucket that follows that parameter as its availability. So want to provide a little bit of context on that, because it really always is a tough one. So thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I mean, I think you're referring to the DMM, the Department of Market Monitoring, right? Where they did the report, about the August event.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry, I've been working in Texas on something for the IMM this week. It's the same entity, just different regional names.
Yeah, so we're not necessarily saying that the DRPs did anything wrong. If you're following the rules and not supposed to be available during that time, then yeah, you shouldn't have to deliver. But the fact is that was the first CAISO stage 3 emergency in nearly 20 years. And we had a really great run after the California energy crisis, and Dram and so-called supply plan DR just wasn't available. If that's a rules thing or other issues, our recommendation is to resolve that issue.
It's a rules thing, and some of that's been resolved. Just the tone about discussing it really made it sound like it's just not a reliable resource, and I guess it took a little umbrage.
Well, I would say Dram as a whole is not a reliable resource, if you want me to be more clear about that. I mean, I think the results, reviewing this, going back to the, the results that were publicly provided as part of the Dram audit going several years ago, as well as many other interim studies along the way. Yeah, if you want me to say that more clear and not have it be an undertone, I think, when we lay out those key issues at the beginning, we're basically saying that's not reliable and potentially not delivering any incremental capacity. And that's a major issue if we're not investing in other resources, because, Dram might deliver 500, 600, who knows, a gigawatt of energy. But if it doesn't show up and it's not consistent, then that could potentially lead to more, stage 3 emergencies down the line as we rely more and more on demand flexibility. So that consistency and reliability of the performance is critical.
I don't disagree with you. I was taking umbrage with the fact that you're using this characteristic, which was a rules-based mechanism there. I'll deal with the rest of the stuff in my testimony, but
Thanks, Jennifer. I think Maria had a hand up next.
Thanks very much. I do want to echo Jennifer's points. I'm so sorry. Can you call on me in after the next person talking? I have an internet issue. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, we'll come back to you. I think I saw Luke next. I can unmute you.
That I just want to be clear that, I feel like the report, that everyone, I'm not, I don't want anyone to think that my commentary up until now and what I'm about to say is impugning the integrity of the study that was done, nor of course of anybody who worked on the study. This is, there are high stakes associated with the outcome of this issue. And so it's very critical that we are clear about what the report is saying, as well as the conclusions and recommendations. And that's why we are parsing so much. So with that said, I want to, first of all, strongly disagree with Josh's conclusion that Dram is not providing any value. And I'll explain why. First of all, the notion that the DMM report, which was cited on several occasions within the report as being gospel with regard to the unavailability of Dram, was wrong, was just plainly wrong. It was because, like Jennifer said, it is not consistent with the prevailing availability assessment. Availability rules for resource adequacy resources at that time. And then, Josh, the blackouts did not occur because demand response did not show up. Okay, I want to be clear about that as well. That is a huge statement. That was, and you're going way beyond what you have in the report. Okay. I respectfully caution you to let me finish talking, please. Okay. And so this is critical that you not go beyond the remit of what the report is meant to do. Okay. And now the other thing is that you also made the conclusion that Dram is not cost effective when you have admittedly in the exit report said that you have not done a cost effectiveness analysis for Dram, nor have you compared that cost effectiveness analysis to utility DR programs. And then finally, nor in making the conclusion that Dram delivers no capacity value, have you done any sort of comparison of performance relative to utility DR programs. And I'm just going to point out, in the DMM report that you cited several times in this in your report, if you took the time to read the DMM report, you would see that they cite the unavailability of both utility as well as third-party DR. Okay, so I would just respectfully suggest that you consider those points. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. And I have read the DMM report many times. I thought it was a very well done report that has kind of flown under the radar, but it's been really valuable information. And you are correct that that report does show that IOU DR did also have availability issues, but it wasn't anywhere near the extent of the supply plan DR, which doesn't only include DRAM, it does include other resources. I believe that's a lot of third-party DR that's procured by the CCAs through, I think, somewhat similar mechanisms to DRAM potentially, but yeah, supply plan DR as a whole did perform substantially worse relative to IOU DR in terms of availability. And again, we are making recommendations to the mechanism as a whole. If the rules of this mechanism are such that these resources aren't available in real time when we have the first stage 3 emergency in nearly 20 years, then that's an issue with the rules of the mechanism. And that's really what our recommendations are intended to address. And just to clarify, I did not say that we had these blackouts in August 2020 because demand response didn't deliver. I said, if we transition to a higher and higher percentage of renewable power and we start to rely on demand response, whether it's IOU or third party, more and more over time, and it's not as consistent as reliable as maybe some of that traditional generation that we're phasing out, then down the line that could lead to significant issues in terms of lack of availability and inconsistency of performance. And that's why we are making these recommendations, taking those issues in mind and how we can improve this type of mechanism going forward. But you are correct. Demand response is not the reason that we had those blackouts in August 2020.
Just going to interject for a moment. Wanted to note that we are now at 1:50, so we have about 10 minutes till the end of our scheduled time. And want to invite all of the panelists on the Nexent team to turn on their cameras, just to remind everyone that you're free to ask a question from any presenter until the end of our time. I did want to bring in maybe some questions from folks that haven't spoken a lot yet today. Maybe Alok, do you want to go first? See, your hand is up.
Can you hear me, Eleanor?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, hi, this is Alok Gupta, supervisor for the DR team. I didn't really have a question. To the extent we continue our Q&A, I just want to remind both the Nexent team and the workshop participants that what's in the record is the Nexent report, not any comments characterizing the report during the workshop here. So if we can confine our back and forth to what's in the report and understanding the contents of the report, that would be appreciated.
Great, thanks for clarifying that, Alok. I think also on that note, during lunch, we did take a closer look at some of the questions related to criterion 4. Just wanted to mention that the IOU-DR programs that were used as a benchmark included proxy demand resources and programs such as CBP. We have to follow up on more specifics, and we can send that out via email after the workshop. I think I might call on some people who haven't asked a question yet. I see, Sebastian, you have your hand up. I'll unmute you.
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sebastian from PG&E. I'm relatively new to DRAM, so bear with me. I had a few questions for Josh based on the recommendations, and they're more clarifying in nature. So the first question was on recommendation 1, slide 121. And it was on the, so I wasn't sure if you guys need to see this. Okay, thank you. So for the first hash line recommendation regarding upfront incentive to support ramping, but withhold a majority of the capacity payment each year. I was trying to get a better understanding of what that looks like, because it seems like, so you're thinking there would be some kind of, instead of a monthly capacity payment, which is the norm, would the anticipated capacity payment stream be front-loaded to some degree? And then in the actual, contract months or term, there would be sort of a reduced payment. So I was trying to get a better understanding of what you had in mind there, if there is specificity around that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think at this point we can go into a lot of detail on that recommendation because there are so many, granular details involved. But the issue we see that motivated us to put that into the capacity payment is just into the recommendation is just we were looking at these monthly capacity payments and just having the same capacity be like every single month when we know that's not how demand response works. It varies throughout the year with customer loads, right? And having like the MOO based payments that were based on bid amounts if an event wasn't called during the month, we just thought that doesn't really reflect how demand response works or what the capacity was during a given month. So in the end, we're really just kind of thinking of it more in terms of some sort of ex post settlement as opposed to upfront. Just say there's 100 megawatts and that's what we're going to put every month because it's just unrealistic to expect DR to ramp up instantaneously and then be completely flat for the entire year. So that's kind of all I can really say in terms of what we were thinking about when we put together this recommendation. I think that there's obviously work to be done to think through what the details would be, because as with everything with Dram, there's a lot of granular details associated with all of these contracts and incentives.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. And again, just trying to get a little bit more understanding of where the recommendation is coming from. And then on this same page, I wanted to maybe go down to the third one, the one about early contract termination and penalties. And so are you thinking there that there should be stronger provisions for that? Because my understanding is that there are some provisions currently. For example, it's my understanding that, if after 2 consecutive months, if your DC demonstrated capacity test or DC dispatch is less than 50% of QC, that, action can be taken. And then, obviously there have been contract terminations that have occurred. So is the thinking here that there would be, say, stronger provisions with respect to sort of catching performance issues even earlier than they currently exist?
Let me see the exact language. Don't want to stray too far outside of the evaluation.
Okay.
Good advice by Alok there. Yeah, I mean, we just say early contract termination. So, that could be interpreted as, like maybe earlier than it is now. This is an issue I think that's become more of a stronger requirement of late, whereas in the past it seemed like there were cases where there was just consistent underperformance, but the capacity payments continued. So I think this is something that may have been addressed, but could potentially be an even stronger, mechanism, for lack of a better term, in terms of the capacity contract termination or penalties.
Got it. Thank you. If I have the ability to ask two more questions on two other recommendations, I would like to, but I also don't want to be respectful of the fact that there are other questions. So
yeah, Sebastian, if you don't mind, if you have clarifying questions, please email me after the workshop, and I can connect you with the Nexen team as needed. I think I did want to have, I don't think Amani's had a chance to ask a question yet during the workshop today. So if you wanted to ask your question, I think this might be the last one that we can take.
Hi, this is just more of a statement. I wanted to echo some of the statements Luke and Jennifer made about the DMM report, and we'll leave that up there and we'll add it to our testimony. I also wanted to respond to a statement that Amy had made about the AMI data, and that technically all of the AMI data should be the same. That is not actually the case. The AMI data does change, and as another DRPs mentioned, that when we submit reports to CAISO, we don't always have the full complete data. So it's very possible that the data that is being used by DRPs versus the SC versus CAISO versus what you were using is different, and that could be where some of the data quality issues come from. There's also a concern that there is a lot of data that you're using or that you have used to determine performance. And I know that it's complicated and appreciate your work here. But without knowing how exactly you took, hourly AMI data, comparing it to 5-minute CAISO interval data, comparing it to the quarterly reports, it's really hard without that level of transparency to be able to really comment on the accuracy of the performance data and the performance results that are in this report.
Hey, Amani, yeah, we appreciate your comments. I think just to echo what George said earlier, we encountered a lot of challenges during this evaluation, and I think the Nexen team did their analysis to the best of their ability. The reason that only 70% of the hours were used ultimately is because those are the events where we felt like we could confidently evaluate. But to appreciate that. I don't know if the Nexen team wants to respond any more to Amani's questions and comments.
No, I mean, nothing else from me.
I think maybe on that note, we are now at 2 o'clock. And I just wanted to thank everyone for attending today's workshop. There was a comment in the chat kind of about procedure. I would say please refer to the scoping memo. But yes, August 5th is the deadline for testimony, for opening testimony. Yeah, I wanted to again thank everyone for attending, to thank the Nexen team, both for the years of work spent on the evaluation and then putting together the report, and then putting together this presentation. Also want to acknowledge some members of the DR team, both current and former, who've contributed, Supervisor Alok Gupta, also Maria Mozafferi, and Christian, who was very essential for the RQMD working group. So thank you, everyone. And if you have any questions or feedback, feel free to contact me after this. I'll also just stay on the line for a couple extra minutes, but let me put my email here in the chat for you, so you can email me later. Yeah, and with that, the workshop is concluded. Thank you, everyone.